Good evening. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting for the City of Highland Park, Illinois, June 26, 2023. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Ross.
Here.
Councilmember Hubler.
Present.
Councilmember Tapia.
Present.
Councilmember Littlewer.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Bloomberg.
Here.
Mayor Rotering.
Here, we have a quorum. Everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And to the veteran who I know is going to write to me and tell me that the flag is in the wrong location, we recognize that and we will fix it after this meeting. Appreciate that we always respect the flag. Thank you. Okay. I am seeking a motion to approve the minutes of the regular city council meeting held June 12, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The minutes are approved. May I have a motion to approve the warrant list?
So moved.
Second.
Any comments or questions on the warrant list? Hearing- Oh,
Sorry.
Is that on-
Thinking of the omnibus, sorry.
okay. Hearing none, will the clerk please call the vote?
Councilmember Ross.
Aye.
Councilmember Hubler.
Aye.
Councilmember Tapia.
Aye.
Councilmember Littlewer.
Aye.
Councilmember Stone.
Aye.
Councilmember Bloomberg.
Aye.
Mayor Rotering.
Aye, 7 ayes, no nays. The warrant list is approved. Now continuing to the report of the mayor. I have no appointments this evening. We have one proclamation this evening in recognition of the 95th anniversary of the League of Women Voters of Highland Park Highwood. Formed in 1928 as a nonpartisan political organization dedicated to promoting active participation in government within our local community, the League influences public policy through education and advocacy at all levels of government. Throughout the years, the League has played a critical role in enhancing the quality of life in our community, whether providing critical early support for the formation of the Human Relations Commission, now advisory group, advocating for senior housing in Highland Park, or presenting candidate forums to help voters make informed decisions at the polls. I will now read the proclamation. And Elaine Adler, I think you're here to accept it, yeah? Okay, thank you for joining us this evening. Whereas the League of Women Voters of Highland Park Highwood was founded 95 years ago as the League of Women Voters of Highland Park, with their first meeting taking place on March 30th, 1928. And whereas the League of Women Voters, excuse me, whose mission in 1928 was and still is to encourage the informed and active participation of citizens in government, work to increase the understanding of major public policy issues, and influence public policy through education and advocacy. And whereas the goal of the nonpartisan League of Women Voters is to empower citizens to shape better communities worldwide. And whereas the League of Women Voters of Highland Park Highwood's study and action have brought about many great accomplishments, such as the council manager form of government in Highland Park, consolidated elementary school districts, community recycling program, handgun control ordinance, historic preservation commission and enabling ordinance, human relations commission and a fair housing ordinance, and local election voter guides and candidate forums. And whereas over time, the League of Women Voters legislative priorities changed to reflect the needs of society and critical issues of concern. Now therefore I, Nancy Rotering, Mayor of the City of Highland Park, and the City Council of the City of Highland Park, do hereby recognize the 95th anniversary of the League of Women Voters in the City of Highland Park and thank the members of the League for making a difference in the lives of our citizens because of the energy, passion, and commitment of its membership. And so I just want to say many thanks to the distinguished leadership and dedicated membership of the League of Women Voters of Highland Park Highwood for their impactful service over the past 95 years. It's my pleasure to invite Elaine Adler to accept this proclamation and share a few words if you desire.
On behalf of the Highland Park Highwood League of Women Voters, I accept this proclamation. And I also want to add that through the 95 years, the city of Highland Park has issued a lot of proclamations to us, which I happen to have in my garage. A number of years ago, we had, let's say, 300 members of the Highland Park League, and we had an office and we had a telephone. And over the years, of course, things have changed. But what has not changed is our passion, the motivation, and the focus for the League, which is to encourage people to be informed about issues so that people could make the right decision. Even though Eleanor Roosevelt had a totally different education from what I have and what most of you have, she is a mentor to me because she did say she thought that women, even though they were not working and they stayed home, women should know about issues and make rational decisions. And in fact, she was an early member of the League of Women Voters from the state of New York. And when it became the League, she was on the board and used to go to council meetings, legislative meetings, to see what was going on and report back to the League. So I want to thank you in behalf of the League of Women Voters for continuing to recognize us. And I accept this proclamation with great delight for my League. And I hope that some of you will go to our website, if you're not familiar with all of the things we do, and join our League. By the way, men have been members of the League of Women Voters since the 70s. Thank you again on behalf of our League.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Under the report of the mayor, we have one other item of other business. We are glad to welcome two guests tonight from the Northwest Municipal Conference to our meeting, President Dan Shapiro and Executive Director Mark Fowler. Dan is also the mayor of Deerfield. Northwest Municipal Conference is a regional council of government with a membership area that spans 5 counties. Since 1958, the Northwest Municipal Conference has worked to strengthen local communities by enhancing intergovernmental relationships to advance policy initiatives, programs, and services that combine the resources of individual member communities to address regional issues. Tonight, we are humbled to welcome President Shapiro and Director Fowler as they present the Northwest Municipal Conference President's Award to the City of Highland Park.
Thank you, Mayor. On behalf of both Mark and myself, we have a couple of words that we'd like to offer. And it's touching for me to be here because of our relationship and our friendship. So I thought I would just get to it. When we gathered on May 18th, 2022 at Ravinia, in Highland Park, we celebrated your past presidency as the president of the Northwest Municipal Conference and the resilience of the conference in dealing with COVID. That seems like such a long time ago. But little did we know that just 6.5 weeks later, this city and our region was shattered by a horrific tragedy that would take the lives of 7, injure dozens, and leave thousands forever impacted. And I know those of us in this room will never forget that. Highland Park and the region's response, including our villages, during that terrible day and to the present, have been nothing short of remarkable. The city of Highland Park is fortunate to have such tremendous leaders as yourself, Mayor, and City Manager Gita Newkirk. They knew what to do. They acted swiftly and effectively, engaged in partnerships and mutual aid agreements with federal, state, county, and local agencies. In a July 21 letter to Gita's colleagues, Gita said, "We are forever grateful to the 117 government agencies who provided us support during and after the incident and continuing until this day. Our team was incredibly impressed with the professionalism, competence, teamwork, compassion, and sacrifice displayed by all involved. In recognition of the city's experience, its commitment to a better future, I am proud to present the Northwest Municipal Conference President's Award to the City of Highland Park. This award recognizes the city's bravery, courage, resilience, leadership, compassion, and determination to emerge even stronger from what happened last year. Together, Highland Park Unidos. So if I may step up and present
Sure,
this to you.
thank you. So on behalf of the city of Highland Park, I just want to say thank you for this incredible honor. The city deeply appreciates the unwavering support of our neighbors throughout the north and northwest suburbs of Chicago, who through the Northwest Municipal Conference and other intergovernmental partnerships have been steadfast partners in our ongoing response to the Highland Park shooting. We've been so grateful for the generous support of these partners, as well as the more than 100 federal, state, county, and other local agencies that provided us assistance on the 4th of July and the months that followed. Northwest Municipal Conference plays a critical role in fostering the partnerships that proved so essential over the past year and beyond. Northwest Municipal Conference also enhances member community services to their constituents, from providing leadership and information sharing during the COVID pandemic and administering joint purchasing programs, to facilitating training for local elected officials, managing state and federal policy advocacy. Highland Park is always proud to partner with all Northwest Municipal Conference member communities and the outstanding Northwest Municipal Conference leadership, and is deeply grateful for this recognition. And on a personal note, I just want to say how much I appreciate our friendship, your professionalism, everything that you've done during my presidency, during the pandemic, and now in our darkest year, all that you've been providing to us in terms of support and counsel and compassion. So I want to thank you both for coming this evening, and please thank the conference on our behalf. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, and with that, we will continue on with items 1 through, actually, no, sorry, skipping ahead. Any business from the council? None. Okay, business from city staff? City Manager Newkirk?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Well, we are 7 days, 16 hours, 15 minutes, and 30 seconds away from July 4th events. Want to continue to provide an update to the public about the slate of events that we have planned and provide important information pertaining to the day. So listed here on the screen, and all this information is also on our website, and we encourage individuals to contact us at any time. But we have put together a slate of events that really reflect the diversity of the community, the diversity of the area, taking into consideration that people may not feel comfortable going to everything. So we're providing something for people that allows them to participate in a way that is most meaningful for them. So we have been communicating using all modes of communication to neighbors who are going to be impacted by the various street closures that we have. We've been communicating about the importance of the on-site registration. Public safety continues to be one of our top priorities, and so we have a number of safety measures safety and security measures that we have put into place. But overall, we have 4 different types of events that are planned for the day. We as a staff are starting, we're starting several days before in terms of staging and setup. But on July 4th, we're starting at 4 a.m. with road closures for that day. The first event is 10 a.m. Remembrance, and this, again, registration is required for this event. It's a ticketed event. Following that, we have a community walk where individuals can participate in both or choose one or the other. If individuals are not interested in attending the Remembrance, that will be live streamed. And the community walk is really the symbolism of reclaiming our parade route. It's an opportunity to come together to walk from St. John's to Central to Sunset Park. And at Sunset Park, the Park District coordinating a community picnic at that location with entertainment, food for purchase, and different games and activities. And then the evening celebration is at capacity right now. And so we've been communicating since February the different events that are planned as part of the evening celebration. but we have limited capacity within Walters Field. And so we are at that capacity right now, but certainly for our residents, there are various locations around that area where they could watch the custom drone show that we have scheduled at 9:30, and then we'll conclude everything at 9:45. So there's a wealth of information on our website, which is listed on the bottom of the screen there, cityhpil.com. So I encourage individuals to go to that site to register for the events or to gain further information. And then if we go to the next screen, so once someone registers for an event, they will receive an email from our partner agency called Emotive. And from that email confirmation, individuals can click to view the ticket. They can either print their tickets or they can add each ticket to their digital wallet on their phone. So different ways to bring those tickets to the registration to provide that proof of registration. Each ticket has a unique QR code, so it is important if you're registering 4 people to bring 4 different tickets to the site that morning. And then there are a number of individuals who purchased T-shirts as featuring our logo and motto, "We are Highland Park," so that's featured there on the screen. And we've communicated to all those individuals the various pickup times where they could get their T-shirts at the Highland Park Country Club. There is no T-shirt pickup on July 4th, so very important that they come in advance. And we've got various times of day and days of the week where people can pick up their shirts. And then if individuals are interested in a yard sign that is available featuring the logo on the bottom of the screen there, those are available for $20, and they can pick those up at Sunset Foods, and the proceeds benefit the Highland Park Community Foundation, one of our partners. That concludes our report.
Thanks. I have a quick question. If people do want to watch the live stream, where do they find the link?
So again, they can go to our website where they can have access to that information there or on.
Okay.
I've got a question as well. Since the evening event is at capacity, there have been people who have said they couldn't go, and other people haven't gotten tickets. Are they transferable at all? Or should they contact somebody about that, or how does that work?
Yes. So again, people have asked us to, I'm uncomfortable providing their name. So really, we just need people to register in terms of the quantity of tickets. So if someone is no longer able to attend, they could hand their ticket or transfer their ticket to someone else. Although if someone just makes a copy of their ticket and thinks that they can get in with 2 tickets, that will not work because they're scanning them and it's registering in the system that Gita Newkirk is now admitted into the event, so you can't duplicate the same QR code.
Okay, but if someone has 1 ticket and has 1 person who wants to attend and this person can't attend,
Yes,
they could
they may do that.
hand their ticket to the other person. Okay, thank you.
And this is all for security purposes that we're doing this registration.
Yes.
Great, thanks. Any other questions? No? Okay, great, thank you.
Perfect.
And again, I will say what I've been saying all along, which is our absolute appreciation to you and the staff who are working day and night, bring this together and to make sure that everybody has this opportunity to be together on the 4th in a way that's meaningful, unique. So appreciate all of your hard work. With that, I will continue on to our next item on the agenda, which is business from the public. This is for residents wishing to be heard on an item not on tonight's agenda. So if you would like to be heard on an item not on tonight's agenda, please form a line at the podium, share your name for the record. We ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes, and you will be timed. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Stu Sinescu from Highland Park. I attended a meeting last week at Public Works considering the city's proposal to replace the pedestrian bridge over Highway 41. One of the comments at the meeting was that the city had about, I think it was $2 million in the budget for that, and they needed about $8 million. My comment is that I would suggest the city contact the Park District because the bridge on the east side flows right into what we all used to call twin pools. And it would seem to be an advantage for the Park District in operating the pool aqua center to get residents from the west side to the east side, and perhaps the Park District could provide some amount of the money needed for the bridge replacement.
Thank you. Thank you, Stu.
You have a timer. Great. But I timed myself already. I'm Catherine Lambrecht. I attended last week's library board meeting. I left with a few questions, which I know this body can likely answer or at least ponder. Library director was encouraging the library board to sign a one-year contract with the human resources organization which she claimed has been a game changer. Since the money is under a certain level, does not need approval, I presume, from the city council. To preserve financial resources, why doesn't the library use the city's HR department and avoid redundancy? If the HR firm is such a game changer, then I suggest their efforts have been sloppy and not very strategic. The HR person was present on April 11th to relieve the joint employee with the Historical Society. Since this person's been dismissed, there have been multiple requests to borrow items, seek information, manage exhibit loans, and requests to train staff, gratis. Often a suggestive tone of help us and you get your stuff back. I learned during a discussion on library budget 2024 that City Hall is consulted on salary as well as approval for the library's tax levy. There are a lot of decisions made by this council that affect the library. I have heard concerns that their tight budget for the library expansion. I suggested if the money is tight, then there may simply not be enough money. Perhaps postpone the project until the financial ducks are in a row. It was explained the city's 10-year plan, the timing for the library expansion, has already been mandated. When the Historical Society worked on their strategic plan, some people here and in the community were asked about our assets. Our archivist's professional efforts on behalf of the archive were highlighted by many who responded. It is ironic that the email presented for this person's job termination was specifically suggesting a donation from the Historical Society toward the expansion, money that should have been welcomed and not the basis of dismissal. Life is ever puzzling when the source of this email is the Historical Society president who blind copied in the library and City Hall during a live discussion. We have requested since April and officially made a motion on May 11th in the Historical Society meeting to visit the archive to collect our materials. 11 weeks into this request for our materials, the Historical Society recently became aware that the library was selecting and separating records and other materials belonging to the Historical Society. The Society plans to submit an additional request outlining that it may share copies and offer transparency, but has no intention to donate its records, exhibits, and artifacts to the library or City of Highland Park. And additionally, the person making the selections does not have records or archives background. Their sole affiliation with the Highland Park Historical Society is that of a researcher.
Nicely done with the timing. Thank you.
I did it.
Exactly. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate your comments. As we've discussed previously, personnel issues won't be discussed by this council, and we share a commitment to preserving and protecting the archives regarding the history of the city. So we will continue to work as we can with the library, with the Historical Society, and appreciate your continued concern and interest on the subject
I'll
matter.
be at the next meeting.
See you next time. Thank you. Appreciate you coming through. Thanks. Anybody else from the public wishing to be heard on an item not on tonight's agenda? Okay. Seeing none, we'll continue on with our scheduled business. Items 1 through 12 have been grouped together for omnibus consideration. I know Councilmember Ross has asked me to pull items 1 and 4, so I'm seeking a motion to approve items 2 through 3, 5 through 12. So moved.
Second.
Any comments or questions on those items? Any from the public? Hearing none, will the clerk please call the vote?
Councilmember Ross.
Aye.
Councilmember Hubler.
Aye.
Councilmember Tapia.
Aye.
Councilmember Littlewer.
Aye.
Councilmember Stone.
Aye.
Councilmember Bloomberg.
Aye.
Mayor Rotering.
Aye. 7 ayes, no nays. Items 2, 3, 5 through 12 have been approved. Item 1 is an ordinance amending various provisions of the Highland Park Code of 1968 as amended regarding business application requirements. Councilmember Ross?
Thank you. Just a quick comment about it, and I've already talked to Gita about it, that it refers to applicants as him or her, and I ask that it say applicants and not refer to gender. And I think you
Yes,
incorporate.
that ordinance was updated and it's recommended to be approved as amended.
Yep.
And item number 4, the NeoGov contract.
Actually, if
Could we go back to
we're
item
just
number
on
1?
So
Sorry.
We're going
I
to
have-
stick with one for the moment. Councilmember Littleworth?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I also requested this be pulled because I had a problem. I think that it's beautifully written in terms of taking out the subjectivity of applicants, but there was one portion which is section 10(3)(f), which states the applicant's background check returns information that demonstrates problematic behavior in the city or community in which the applicant resides. And I don't like the fact that saying that the background check would be a subjective way of determining not to grant an application. I also believe, in talking with council, that it's covered under Illinois state law. Everything that we wrote here has to do with taking it out of someone's character or behavior, but has to look at the application. I would rather leave it to the state standard that if there is a federal violation of law, if there's a misdemeanor, if there's some sort of issue for which to deny an applicant, that we look to state and federal law rather than having this in our code. So I'd like to take it out.
Corporation Counsel?
Just to put it in context, and I did have a good conversation with Councilmember Litterer today, and I talked at length with the city manager and the city staff to put this together. What it's doing, right now, there are 8 different standards by which the liquor commissioner can review a liquor license application. There is a catch-all that is currently in the city's code that reads, the applicant is not of good character or reputation in the city or in the community in which the applicant resides. That provision is taken directly from the state statute. And as you know, in order to have a liquor license, you must not only observe and be granted a license under the city's code, but also under the state code. So that standard exists, as I explained to Councilmember Litterer, at the state level. Most municipalities in Illinois have simply incorporated by reference the state standard. It is this provision that staff took out and changed to provide some sort of catch-all. If you don't want to have it, I like to have catch-alls, just I think it gives the city good basis. But if you don't want to have it, as I explained to Councilmember Litterer, you are covered because the state statute has that catch-all provision already. So it really is a policy decision. The ordinance can be approved with Councilmember Ross's amendment as well as Councilmember Litterer's amendment by eliminating Section F.
Okay.
Otherwise, thank you.
Okay, so I guess I'm curious to know what, I see you,
Why?
I see your hands up. I'm just curious to know what other people are thinking about Councilmember Littleworth's request before we continue on. Any thoughts? Bloomberg?
Well, I guess my perspective as an attorney is that I also prefer to have a catch-all for unforeseen circumstances. I'd be more comfortable with the original proposed change to be consistent with the state statute.
You, anybody else? On Councilmember Littleworth's. Okay, well, at the moment, we'll have to see how the motion comes out
Yeah, that's fine.
and
because-
see how people vote.
Yeah, because I just want to state in here, it had said the applicant is not of good character or reputation.
Right.
And that was changed to problematic behavior, which I still think is a subjective standard. And I do believe the reason we've changed all the good character things is because they are covered under state statute, and we didn't want to have a subjective way of looking at it. So I just feel, to be consistent, we shouldn't be judging on our bases what that character is, and I still think we're protected.
And I'll just share with you, as the one who gets those reports and approves the liquor licenses, the ones that do jump out are the ones where people may have been convicted of a minor crime,
Right.
Done something that has caused the police report to flag them.
Right.
So I don't know that it's our subjectivity. It literally is based off of what the police are getting from their report.
But
And
we've
those,
taken all
Mayor-
those standards out.
Those,
Yeah,
no,
it's
those
listed.
standards, like the convicted of a violation of federal law, convicted of a felony, those are all still in.
Continuing, right. Okay. Councilmember Tuck.
Well, I have the same concern about the subjectivity even of the new wording.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Hoopler?
Mine is more of a general comment in terms of what was said here is based on continued review of business application requirements. And instead of actually looking at what things we can do to help businesses and make these requirements a little easier, we're just changing words. We're not actually trying to help the businesses here. And that's fine. We can go ahead and approve this, but I hope this is not just the only thing we're looking at is this word better than this word? For example, every December, I have to take at least an hour or two out of my schedule to get fingerprinted because apparently my fingerprints change. Every restaurant owner who serves alcohol has to do that, and their partners have to do that, and there's no place to do it in Highland Park, and we have to go out and do that. Those are the types of requirements that we should be looking at changing to make it easier for the businesses, not if, no offense, but like what the wording is it's still subjective. We're just, it's not helpful to the businesses.
So I guess I'll again defer to Corporation Counsel and ask if that sort of requirement is based off state requirement. It is.
That's a state
That's what I
requirement,
figured.
not a.
I have been fingerprinted once in Chicago in 2017 and never fingerprinted again. And I'm sure there are many, many other things that are required in our code that are not as strict in other places. And I just throw that out as an example. It wasn't that we shouldn't be doing that, but those are the types of things I think the city staff should be looking at when it comes to continued review of business application requirements.
So I think there's a
So
shared
it's just a statement.
agreement of we do want to be certain to help our businesses. Obviously, we have to follow state law as well. So I think there's a balance that needs to be struck. And I appreciate you raising that and continuing to bring your perspective. It's helpful. I think where we can have that leeway, we should certainly be looking. But as far as the state's concerned, we're sort of subject to, as the administrators of state law, to have to follow what they're requiring. Whether Chicago does or not, I'll leave it to them. But I appreciate you raising the issue. Anything else from this council? Any further questions, or is there a motion on item 1 and we can take action depending on how that plays out?
I'd like to move that we pass item number 1, subject to Councilmember Ross's amendment and mine, which
Okay.
is my deletion and your gender.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Anything from the public? Hearing none, will the clerk call the vote?
Councilmember Ross?
Aye.
Councilmember Tapia?
Aye.
Councilmember Littler?
Aye.
Councilmember Stone? Yep, I realized. Circle back, I'm
No.
sorry. Councilmember Hoopler?
Aye.
Councilmember Stone?
No.
She was a no.
Okay, my apologies.
That's okay.
Councilmember Bloomberg?
No.
Mayor Rotering?
No. Item 1 passes with a vote of 4-3. Thank you. Continuing on to the next item that was pulled, item 4 is an ordinance waiving the formal bidding requirements of the city's purchasing manual and ratifying the executing of a service agreement with NeoGov, Inc., formerly known as GovernmentJobs.com, Inc. Councilmember Ross?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My question is, I have no doubt, I know according to the packet, we've been using NeoGov and are find them a reasonable company to use. My is that it very, very recently was in the news that 2 states in our country were, hacked. Information of personal information, tax information was compromised. And I wondered, what safeguards are in place? How are we securing it? You can't go into specifics about how, but I wanted it to be in the record that the question was asked. Because school boards, teacher unions, whole state governments have been hacked. And this is very personal information that applicants and city staff are submitting.
Yes, happy to. And I did confer with Human Resource Manager Emily Taub earlier today, as well as she manages this contract. So this is a technology that we have found very beneficial, and this company, NeoGov, specializes in this recruitment onboarding. And this is their specialty. They're a California-based company, so they have the highest standards for privacy standards, communication, as well as cybersecurity. So we feel comfortable with all the different measures that they are undertaking. In addition, applicants can also choose to opt out of providing any personal information as part of this process. So that's an important element that will protect an applicant if they choose not to pursue and go through this portal.
Thank you. I don't really have anything more to say about that. I just thought it was an important piece to, bring up.
Absolutely. Very important, yes.
Thank you for raising that. Any other questions on item 4? No? Seeking a motion to approve item 4?
So moved.
Second.
Will the clerk please call the vote?
Councilmember Ross.
Aye.
Councilmember Hubler.
Aye.
Councilmember Tapia.
Aye.
Councilmember Littlewer.
Aye.
Councilmember Stone.
Aye.
Councilmember Bloomberg.
Aye.
Mayor Rotering.
Aye, 7 ayes, no nays, 4 is approved. Thank you. Continuing on to other business, item 13 is an ordinance granting variances from Article 20 of the zoning code regarding 1040 Park Avenue West. Joel, are you presenting, or who is presenting?
I am, Madam Mayor, but.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Vic. You're like a wizard.
Thank you. Okay, this item before you tonight, Madam Mayor and Council, has to do with 1040 Park Avenue West, scoreboards for District 113. The staff recommends consideration of the attached ordinance granting, if appropriate, a request to amend a previous sign variation approval to allow the replacement of 2 existing scoreboards at the property at 1040 Park Avenue West. Just quick summary of the project: 2 scoreboards, approximate location. This depiction here is not to scale. One has to do essentially with the football field, and the other with the baseball. In terms of the overall neighborhood context and the juxtaposition of these scoreboards with that, with the property boundaries, we find that the baseball scoreboard is over 300 feet from the west property line and 167 to the north. Faces south away from the street. And the main or football scoreboard is 268 feet to the east property line and faces north toward Park Avenue West. That setback is 813 feet. So just quick summary of each scoreboard. So the baseball scoreboard will include a 3-foot by 15-foot LED video digital display screen message center for athletic content and advertising, and will additionally illuminate team names, etc., on the scoreboard. The prior scoreboard did not include the LED screen. The nearest non-street property line is 336 feet and approximately 440 feet to the actual residential property. And then one other thing here, if you look at the top table there, the existing total area is about 152 square feet. Proposed is 200. Total height, see there, 24 feet, proposed 20. So a net increase of 48 square feet in area and a decrease of 4 feet in height. The main field scoreboard will include a 9-foot by 16-foot LED video digital display message center for athletic content and advertising, and will provide additional illuminated information. Prior scoreboard did not include an LED screen. Nearest residential property is 268 feet away. As you can see in the top there, summary, the total area of the existing, 297. The proposed is 500 for an increase of 203 square feet. The height will also be increased from 21 feet to 30 feet for a net increase of 9 feet. Brightness and control. The applicant indicated that the scoreboards, that they have a maximum capacity of 10,000 nits, but they typically operate about 50% of maximum during the day and 20% of that at night. They do have, importantly, automatic dimming capability. So the variances requested. There are several, and I will go through those, and you'll find that many have already been granted as part of the 2006 consideration, but nonetheless have some adjustments here tonight. So one, to allow an internally illuminated sign, the 2006 variation granted it for the main field scoreboard. The proposal requires relief from an additional subsection regarding electronic message boards or LED screens incorporated into city-owned governmental signs, which may be illuminated. The proposed scoreboards do include those digital LED displays and thus need relief from that provision. Two, to allow flashing, blinking, and intermittent light, right? Three, to allow off-site advertising. The 2006 variation granted that for the main field scoreboard. The proposal is to allow both scoreboards to have off-site advertising. Number four, to allow moving or animated sign. Again, the 2006 variation granted it for the main field scoreboard. The proposed scoreboards expand the screen area, so that's an adjustment to that variation there. So in terms of recommended conditions of approval, there were several in the 2006 ordinance, and so staff recommend maintaining and updating those as necessary. The conditions found in the 2006 ordinance that approved this sign variations. Specifically, section 3C, the intensity of illumination was addressed. Proposed signs may not be used or operated so as to produce direct illumination to any part located outside the property. 3D talks about use during athletic events, and it's a limitation that the proposed signs may only be used or operated during district-approved athletic or sporting event occurring on the property. Section 3E, sign face appearance. At all times during which the proposed signs are not illuminated, the sign face of the proposed signs may contain district-only related content. Staff recommended, again, this is continuing on from the previous, section 3G, additional conditions to make any approval contingent on substantial conformance to the plans attached, compliance with regulations, and limitations on variations consistent with the ordinance that was previously granted, and updated, if appropriate, to reflect this current proposal. Staff proposed an additional condition of approval that referred to now as 3F, automatic dimming, and that specifically addresses that digital displays on the proposed signs must be equipped and used automatic dimming capabilities. So equip with and use those dimming capabilities. Public comments and neighborhood meetings. The applicant held neighborhood meetings on May 18th and June 14th, 2023, and written comments have been received prior to the posting, were included in the packet. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. The staff recommendation is that you consider the attached ordinance granting, if appropriate, the request to amend a previous sign variation approval to allow the replacement of 2 existing scoreboards on the property at 1040 Park Avenue West. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate your presentation. Thank you, Joel. Any questions from the council? Councilmember Stone.
One question for Joel. So at this point, we would be directing drafting of documents.
No.
Right.
The
Okay.
ordinance, the applicant requested, and as the city does oblige, the applicant requested that an ordinance be drafted in anticipation of this meeting. Does not obligate the
So-
council to, do any
Yeah,
particular action.
the conditions that you mentioned,
Yes.
that are all
Yes.
of them are in there.
They are, correct.
Okay. I'm not,
Correct. Some of those, I was going through reciting past conditions,
Okay.
they are still in there, and then there was the additional condition which we talked about the Section 3F, the automatic dimming. And so,
Okay.
yes.
Right.
And can I just make one other point? There is one other condition that says that they have to continue to comply with all of the other ordinances that exist unless they're specifically changed in this ordinance. So all other ordinance requirements continue to apply.
Got it.
And so that would mean sound, for example?
Yes, unless it's, to the extent it's specifically changed here, yes, that they have to continue to comply with.
Thank you.
Councilmember Littleworth?
Mayor, I'm not sure if this is the right point to ask this, but I did have a question about one of the conditions that we had in there.
Sure.
So if this is the right time, one of them said use during an athletic event. The proposed sign may only be used or operated during a district-approved athletic or sporting event occurring on the property. So my question was, if in fact, for example, on the 4th of July, when the drone project will be there, if there were such a sign posted there and we wanted to say Happy 4th of July as a city using that field, and this was a district-approved event, I would like to see the elimination of one word, which would be during a district-approved or sporting event. So the event would have been approved, but it's not just about sporting or athletic as it is currently written. And I think that if other groups come to District 113 and want to have their event there, like we are having our drone event, or someday in the future may have fireworks, but at the beginning, we wanted to have it illuminated to say Happy 4th of July to the community of Highland Park and Highwood, or whatever it is. I wanted to have it be more open than just for athletic and sporting events, should this pass.
Sponsored by the district.
Yes.
And Joel, do you know, does the Park District use the field for events?
I don't know.
Yes, they do.
That's what I thought. So I'd want to be able to include those as well.
That's why I said district approved, since it's their field,
Right.
their boards, but that other groups may come to them and have an event there. So I just want to make sure it was broader.
Councilmember Stone and then Councilmember Roth.
I would just be concerned that this is, that I'm okay with the scoreboard part of it. I'm concerned about the 9 by 16 foot TV screen, that you know, that we want to be careful about how often that's used. And I'm not sure how these things work as to whether you could put, you know, Happy 4th of July up there in sort of a static way, rather than it being a full TV video kind of thing. And I don't know
So
if
do you
it's-
not want TV video? Is that what you're, or not TV video for non-113 events?
I would rather have them replace the scoreboard with a scoreboard. I don't see the need for the TV video component on the football scoreboard. That one is the one that's 9 by 16 feet. I think the other one, I'm not sure if it even has a video component. If it does, it's very small.
We do both have.
But I'm concerned about that because of that's a significant difference for the neighbors. So is that part where it
That's the
says "Go
case.
Giants"? Is that a video screen?
That's correct. So it's a 3 foot by 15 foot or 45 square foot LED video display.
So I'm concerned about that as well. That's a very big video screen, and there are
There's the,
there's homes.
other one is-
This one was clear that it was a video screen because of the picture that's on it. That one, it was a little bit less clear.
so you do not want
The arrow there.
video on either of them?
I'm concerned about the video, but particularly the football one because that is closer to the adjacent homes. The placement of the baseball one is a little bit further away. It's shielded by a building.
Okay. Full disclosure, my oldest son played football and baseball for the high school, and I can just tell you that instant replay is a good part of the viewing for parents who are like, wait, he just had the ball. So that's a critical part of the whole thing. Okay, first I have Councilmember Ross, then I have Hubler, Bloomberg, I think everybody wants to say something, and I'll see you as well. Councilmember Tapia.
I'm responding to the notion of expanding the use of the display for other events. I, was really trying to put myself in the shoes of everybody involved, residents, sports fans, and I personally rather not see that use expanded beyond what we're describing already, sports events. So that's my thought there. And I drove today. I've driven a couple of times to Walters Field. I've driven down every one of those streets: Cherry Lane, Centerfield Court, and Andean Way, Sandwick Court, the ones that run east-west and terminate at the field. It does feel like the scoreboard is far enough away, and most houses are screened by evergreens. And I wanted to make the comment that I could see, given the limited number of houses that aren't screened by evergreens, that maybe District 113 might consider investing in a few to help the neighbors that have less screening. So that's my thought.
Your advice. Okay. And just a reminder to this council that for our purposes, we are considering the zoning code. Appreciate your suggestion to 113, but our decision-making is strictly on the zoning. Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Hubler.
First of all, I think this would be a great thing for our high school student athletes, several of who are here today, which I appreciate you coming out to a city government meeting. So I do think, as any spectator would, that replay boards are great, and it's great for the parents and it's great for the athletes to be able to see themselves up there. In terms of Councilmember Littleware's comments, I think it is a little strange to limit this just to sports. I don't know exactly what other events happen at Walters Field. I don't know if there's a District 113, but if there's a band event, are they not allowed to use it for the band and people be able to see their children up there, but only for sports? I don't think that's a real good look. So I think other events that are approved, anything that is there is fine. I also think there's not a lot of nighttime events at the field, and I cannot imagine a TV screen like this during the day would be any real issue. So it's really just nighttime stuff. So if we are looking at limiting it, like Wrigley Field had so many nighttime baseball games or something, versus like saying, hey, the band can't have the TV on in the middle of the day when it's not bothering anybody. I do think the limitation should be removed for sporting events.
Thank you. Councilmember Bloomberg?
I understand what Councilmember Stone is saying. I tend to agree with it, but I think that there should be a distinction between the use of the scoreboards versus the use of the LCD screens at other events. The field, for the entire life of the field, has been used for sporting events until more recently. And this begins to move the frequency of use at night away from where it has been. I have broader comments that I may want to make, but I would like at this point to hear the rest of my council colleagues and their thoughts. And I know you're going to permit the comments from people who are here.
Absolutely. Thank you. Councilmember Tapia?
Yeah, in reflecting on this request, I think there is a legitimate need for a new scoreboard, not only because of it's dated, but also given that the current scoreboard was designed only for football, American football, and not for soccer, girls soccer, lacrosse, and other sports. I think that's a very inclusive thing to do, is to have a scoreboard that works for all sports, for all genders. The other thing is that, I think that the ads, there's been some letters about advertising. I mean, currently, it seems like it's allowed under the previous ordinance, and I don't see a problem with that. There's concern about the content of the ads. I trust that the district will exercise good discretion about what kind of ads are allowed, in terms of tobacco or alcohol, which there's already rules about that. So I'm not concerned about that, even though it was brought up and it was a legitimate concern to have. I agree with the fact that it should be limited. It should only be ads during games and not as a permanent billboard, because that would be problematic. And I think that there are existing zoning, noise, and lighting ordinances that can be invoked for mitigating other things that may come as problems. I have spent time with some of the neighbors, listening to their concerns, and looking at it very carefully. You know, there's discussion about whether there can be additional shielding of some lighting that might come from one of the video boards. I don't know if that's physically possible or cost effective, but I think that's a legitimate thing to look into. One of my biggest concerns is, and this is only anecdotal, but I think it bears an answer. There is concerns that there's some families there with children with disabilities that might be sensitive to, you know, sensory overload or just light, intermittent blinking lights. You know, I think we need to pay attention to that. I'm looking at the field, looking at the distances. My lay perspective, it seems like it would not be a concern, but that's not a scientific assessment. I think we owe those families a scientific answer that it will not be a problem. So, and even if it's one family or two families or three families, it doesn't matter. I think we owe them an answer that is scientific, that it will not be a problem. The logic seems to indicate that it will not be, but I will not want to base it on just our own common sense approach to that.
Would you ask the school district to be responsible for that study in the report?
I would. I think that would be the one request I would have if we were to vote this in favor of this, with that as maybe a condition before full approval, because if it cannot be proven, or if it is proven that it is a problem, then that would be detrimental to families in a way that it should not be. And then the other thing that I would say is, in this process, I've been concerned about a perception, and I'll just call it a perception, but a perception that influences a number of families there, that there have been maybe broken promises or lack of enforcement of things that have been agreed to over the years. I think it's the schools or ours or, you know, the collective government agencies to enforce whatever statutes are there to be enforced. And if there's a perception, real or imagined, that they're not, I think we got to sort of really address that. And if there have been broken promises, and I don't know if they have been or not, but that's out there, I think I would like to see some better relationship, if you will, between the school district and the neighbors to make sure that people are not walking around with a perception, real or imagined, that there have been broken promises or a lack of enforcement.
Thank you. Aspirational, again, we are discussing the zoning code this evening, but I appreciate you highlighting that concern. Councilmember Bloomberg had one additional question.
There was a comment about replay, and it's a small issue, but I thought I saw in the packet that the school district does not want to use this for replay because it can create a problem officiating games. I don't know that that makes a difference either way, but I'd like some clarity on that. It doesn't have to be answered this instant, but before we reach a decision tonight, I would like to get an answer about it.
Again, I guess my question is, what relevance does that have to us looking at a variance to the zoning code? That's use, that's not our purview.
Because I think it relates to the value or use of having the LCD screen at all. If it can't be used for a replay, I'm not sure that it necessarily carries the value that people may think that it does.
If you've ever been to a track event and looked for your child,
I understand.
You'll appreciate why that's something that's helpful. Okay, Councilmember Stone.
I've got one more question that I wanted to ask of the school district. I'm assuming someone's here from the district, you can address this. Councilmember Tapia and I talked earlier about that idea of putting some sort of a shield on the east side of the football scoreboard. Is that something that can be done? I know ComEd has done that with some of the streetlights, which has been helpful.
Madam Mayor.
I'd like an answer from the school district.
Yes, I was going to defer to the school district if this is appropriate time for them to come up, then Brian Almer from the school district will answer that.
Because I think that would help deal with the concerns of the neighbors and the issues that Councilmember Tapia brought up as well.
And just to hang on for 1 second. For those of you who've not been to council meetings before, who are sitting here and going, I came out, I want to be heard, I guarantee you, you'll have an opportunity to be heard. This is sort of how our process rolls, as we first hear about this as a council, ask questions as a council, hear from the applicant, and then we go to comments from the public. So thank you all. I echo Councilman Hubler's comment. It thrills us to have students in particular out making sure that their voices are being heard, and we appreciate you coming this evening. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brian Ommer. I'm the Chief Operations Officer for Township High School District 113. To answer your question, there was trees, large evergreens placed on the east side of the Walters Field property, and that was done before my time at the district. And so that kind of shields most of it, and the areas, to my understanding, again, this was before I worked here, some of that shielding was requested to not be there for some of the neighbors. So some of the neighbors didn't want those evergreens there. So that's kind of one part to the answer. And we would be happy to plant more evergreens, arborvitaes, name your plant there. As far as something mounted to the board, I don't know of that. Almost like a billboard is what I'm imagining, like a dumb billboard on the other side making a T.
I'm thinking of like a metal shield just on one side, more like an L
Block
than
the
a T.
light or the flashing from.
That was something we'd have to study that. I do want to say that would just kind of trying to design this in my head as I'm talking. That's something that I would think would be very, very large because you would be shielding the entire property or some portion of that. I think it would be, I don't want to underestimate how big that would be. And so we would, as far as something that would be small and unobtrusive, I don't know of that, how we could do that without, being huge.
Because there are no trees in the section I'm thinking of just to the east between those homes and the scoreboard.
There are some properties that don't have trees, and there are some that do, yes.
Right, and so this section, there's not trees.
It sounds like, though, there were trees, and they
Yeah.
asked to have them removed.
I don't know that. I don't know that the case. I know we would, if that was the case, we would coordinate with that specific
Property
homeowner.
owners and
Yes.
put the trees in. Because, like Councilmember Ross, I went up and down each of those streets, and I was like, this is wide open here, but
Yeah.
didn't know if that
We
was for the.
we wouldn't want to place something there that a homeowner didn't want.
Right. Other questions for the district? No?
And
Okay.
If
Sure,
I may,
go ahead.
sorry. We're actually making a conscious effort to not call it the football field scoreboard
Right.
because it isn't just a football field scoreboard. It serves all our sports. And I know some of the older ordinances did say football field light ordinances. We're really, really trying to make sure that we correct that language. So
Right.
thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ross?
While you're,
Yes.
I don't know, given that this is not our purview, the trees aren't our purview, but to Councilman Tapias's comments about the perception of broken promises, I hope that it's something that you would actively ask, residents about. Okay.
Yeah, we've had the 2 community meetings and subsequent meetings and follow-up and emails, and we try to, we're committed to being good neighbors, and we want to continue to be good neighbors.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it. Thank you. And
One
Councilmember
other,
Stone?
I'm sorry.
Sure.
One other while you're up there. Are the scoreboards turned on or off when there's nothing going on at the field? I'm assuming they're turned off?
They'll be off.
Is that right? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And to those who wrote emails, if you didn't receive a response, please be assured we did read your emails. We were kind of deluged on this one, so thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, thank you. And with that, as the council's comfortable, I'd like to hear from any member of the public that wants to be heard on this issue, and ask that if you do want to speak, please line up now at the podium and state your name for the record, and be cognizant of the fact that you have 3 minutes to speak. And I'm looking at all these students. Come on, use your voices. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for going first. You're the brave one. Tell us your name and share what's on your mind.
Hi, my name is David Finfer. I play football and baseball here at the high school. I'm a rising senior. We need new scoreboards because ours right now are beyond repair. And every time I take the field, they've turned off. Something's gone wrong. You need to restart, and it's a whole big process. We've had a repair guy come to the field and attempt to fix a couple of our scoreboards a couple times. And they told our coach that it was almost impossible to fix. It was just beyond repair. And the new scoreboards would be a huge thing for funding for the teams that don't have a lot of funding for advertisement. And the Giants Club and the district has worked together very hard to get all the funding they need for the new scoreboards and for teams. And the new scoreboards would help tremendously with that.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrew Cortez. I'm a rising senior at Highland Park. I play football and baseball. And I just wanted to exemplify that right now it's just a football scoreboard. Many other teams other than football play on this field, such as boys soccer and lacrosse, boys and girls soccer, boys and girls lacrosse, girls field hockey, boys and girls track, palms, jammers, and other youth sports use the field. And we should be an inclusive school that of every sport, not leaving anyone behind. And the school could host track meets with the new scoreboard that they couldn't do before. And everyone would be included instead of excluded. And more than just the football team should benefit from this. And the scoreboard should be for all sports, not just one. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
Hi, I'm Dave Juarez. Excuse me. I'm also a rising senior and I play football. Firstly, a new scoreboard holds tremendous potential to ignite and bolster school spirit within Highland Park. Imagine the power of visually appealing and technologically advanced scoreboard that showcases not only the scores of our games, but also promotes school events, recognizes the accomplishments of all of our different teams, and celebrates individual players, particularly on senior nights. By actively promoting school events on the scoreboard, we can generate greater awareness and attendance, thereby fostering a stronger sense of community and school spirit. Similarly, highlighting the achievements of our various teams and individual student athletes will instill a sense of pride among students, motivating them to excel in their respective sports and fostering a culture of encouragement and support. This scoreboard can serve as a powerful platform to promote and support various aspects of our local community. It can be used to showcase local restaurants, shops, and businesses, encouraging not only students, but also parents and residents to explore and support the establishments that make Highland Park special. Moreover, by featuring community events such as the MLK Day of Service and 4th of July festivities, we can effectively communicate and engage with the larger audience, enhancing community participation. Importantly, the funding generated through advertising and sponsorships from Highland Park businesses would not only cover the cost of the scoreboard, but also provide additional financial support for Highland Park sports. This injection of funds will allow us to invest more in our teams, improving equipment, facilities, and resources, ultimately improving our athletes and further bolstering school spirit. This scoreboard will not merely be another expense, but rather an investment in Highland Park sports, school spirit, and our community as a whole. By promoting school events, celebrating our teams and athletes, and supporting local businesses, we can improve school spirit and bring our community together. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Dave.
Have to follow that. I didn't type anything up ahead of time. I'm Stephanie Kirch. I live in Highland Park. I'm here my whole life, pretty much.
Wait, did you say your name for the record?
Stephanie Kirch.
Thank you.
Yes. I just want to address a couple of the things of conversation on top of, I agree with everything he said 10 times, but can we stop being the quaint, little backward, old stuff community? Can we just approve this zoning and have a state-of-the-art thing that reflects the level and quality of our teams in our program? I have a son who's in track and soccer. I had a daughter who was in varsity soccer, and none of that was supported by this, creaking old thing. It's embarrassing. We're surrounded by communities of state of the art, but we insist on being, quaint and backward because of one little shade of light. The thing about the lighting at night was settled a long time ago. It's happening. People understand that. As far as sensitivity to people who are sensitive to the lights, I have to say,
they don't go to fireworks either, maybe. They, just like a television show will say, a warning, there might be some strobe here. We don't have to have strobe lights then. Do some things that are considerate, but I think these people understand that there's lights and noise and things like that going on at these things, just as they would fireworks. And a suitable warning, I think, so that people who have to consider that would be a considerate thing to do, but not enough to stop it for the rest of all the benefits that he just outlined about advertising and money, and I really love the idea that it could support businesses and the people who attend these events. I also, one real quick thing, I just don't want it to be just for sports. I do think if you're going to have band, if you're going to have other things, why would you keep it off just because they're not athletes? I just think that makes no sense to me at all, and you got to think bigger and more inclusive, and I hope you will pass it so we can be like in the present and future, not backward and quaint like we have been. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask that we don't applaud, and we'll just keep going. Hello.
Hi. Good evening. Juan McBain, 436 Green Bay. No students or no children at either of the high schools or so forth. Really appreciate Council Members Tapia for your inclusive behavior or your inclusive comments. I really appreciate that. And I also feel that it should be really inclusive of all sports and events. And one piece within the code itself, forward thinking, it said only on premise. With a lot of events going on and special events, is it possible to maybe have it also, say the Giants go to another off-site event and we're really, maybe it's a, I don't know, state something someday event, and we'd like to film it there and display it here. Because if we can get the city around that, go to the field and support our team and not limit it to just on premise, I think we should take that in consideration. So,
Great. Thank you. No. Come on. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Julie Solinger, Taryn Solinger's mom. I have a rising senior who plays girls field hockey and girls lacrosse, two sports that are not recognized by the old and decrepit scoreboard. I can tell you, speaking from a parent's perspective, most of these kids at Highland Park High School don't play field hockey or lacrosse until around 8th grade or when they hit high school, and none of the parents know the rules. We don't know what we're watching. We don't know the names of the children. And wouldn't a scoreboard that told us what we were looking at and the names of the children and who scored be fantastic? The amount of times that I sit there in the stands and we're all going, who scored? Who scored? What was that? What was that? I've cheered for children. I think Taryn scored. It wasn't Taryn. She scores a lot, by the way, but it wasn't her. And we'd really, I'm not joking when I say this. This isn't an act. We don't know what we're looking at. We are not a lacrosse and field hockey powerhouse. I wish we were, but we are not. And it would be great if the scoreboard explained to us, what was that penalty? Who was it on? Who scored? We have no idea. Additionally, wouldn't it be nice if our children could see themselves on the board and see the glory that they got when they scored, like they see at each and every game, every single school that they play away? Only Highland Park has none of these things. We're sitting there in the dark ages, so our kids feel it. You know, you may not know it, but our kids do, and they feel like second-class citizens because we are the only ones. This isn't a Deerfield versus Highland Park thing. This is an every school they play thing. Additionally, I'm also Sam Solinger's mom. He was a band kid, and it should also be for the band. They play at each and every football game. He had a senior night. His name wasn't up on any board because that board can't display any names. It would be great to recognize band kids as well. That board should be for everybody, not just for football. But I really do think that this would be a wonderful thing for our kids, especially for the parents who could use a little help figuring out what's going on. We also can't hear anything, by the way. I'm not going to get started on the audio at Walters, but it would be great maybe if we could see what was going on since we can't hear anything. So thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Hello.
Hi, my name is Zach Wakeman, and I'm a neighbor living near the scoreboard. I want to say thanks to the staff at 113 for meeting with us and making adjustments and kind of walking us through this whole thing. I just wanted to address the idea of expanding use beyond sporting event. I think the band and other District 113 uses, great points, but I just want to make sure we don't establish make this a slippery slope where this becomes an event space. You know, the neighbors, we moved in next to athletic field. I think we all accepted that. But having it go beyond that too far, I don't know what the language is, but to make sure it is inclusive of all the things that are happening with 113, but we still have some reasonable guardrails in place.
Appreciate it.
We appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public wishing to be heard? Hi. You're not? Okay. You have one comment you'd like to make, Councilmember Littleworth?
So I served on District 113 School Board for 8 years, and I left District 113 in 2017. And in 2017, and for the 8 years previous to that, parents had been begging for a scoreboard. And whether that was on the baseball fields or whether that was on the football fields, people have been asking for this. Frankly, I can't believe how patient you people have been. I really mean that. And I'm really glad it's gotten to this point. I thank 113 for going back and doing some work because we were not sure that the community had been heard and a lot of issues had been vetted. So I thank you for going back and doing that and delaying this. But I also thank now our students, our community for coming forward and asking for something which in my estimation is long overdue.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Ross?
Yeah, I wanted to say that, again, that having, you know, really traveled down those streets to the end of them to try to, without entering somebody's home, but just from the street to be able to sense the distances, it feels like, at least from what I could see, adequate distance. It seems like the scoreboard is needed. My concern is, or just question is, I'm having trouble picturing around the year use of it. I could see it being used for all district activities, as Councilman Lidauer just mentioned. But if there are no restrictions, then is it this something that's happening every day of the year? I just asked that question. What might there be some restrictions on when it would be used?
I believe there are. And,
Yeah.
And so we are only looking at variations to the zoning code in terms of size and frequency of use, but we're not giving unfettered use.
Unfettered
daily
use.
throughout the year. It has to be through district approved.
The question, because we talked about, somebody mentioned 4th of July, I thought
Mayor, that's the
that
issue
would
that
still be a district.
I think that Councilman Littleworth properly put on the table,
Right.
so. Council member.
Right,
Yes.
right. Okay, so that's something that could be included in the motion.
Right now, as drafted, Council member Littleworth correctly pointed out that it's limited to use during
Sports and athletic.
district-approved athletic or sporting events. So if you desire to approve this ordinance tonight and you desire the proposed change that Councilmember Littleworth proposed, you may want to consider that amendment.
Exactly, so that would be part of the
Would
motion.
be just taking out the one word. So it
Can
would be
Joel put it
district
back on the
approved
screen?
events.
Joel, we need you again. Okay.
Can you just put it back up?
Yes,
Thank you.
3D.
Okay.
D.
May only be used or operated during a district-approved
Event.
You
event
take out
or
athletic or.
sporting event.
Take
I
out
would
three
just
words.
Take
Three
out
words.
athletic or sporting and just
Right.
a district
District
event.
District-approved event.
Right.
Three
That
words.
Yeah,
seems
three.
reasonable.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you. Councilmember Tapia?
Yeah, I just want to say that as a parent, you know, with a grown daughter now, but who plays sports, as a former school athlete, as a coach, as a sport enthusiast, you know, athletics means everything to so many people and to the public, and it's not just about the athletic prowess, but it's about the experience and character building and all the good things that bring to that, and it just enhances life. Right now, and we live in a world where technology and sports are completely integrated. It is part of the sports experience is to have technology as part of it, and the parents and the students talked very eloquently about what it means for them to be able to have technology enhance the sporting experience and the learning and seeing their children perform and their children themselves see themselves doing what they wanted to do. So you heard my comment about my concern about the families with that light sensitivity, sensory sensitivity. I think we have an obligation to make sure we're addressing that and not make something that inadvertently could cause harm. But I'm confident that I think there will be a good resolution to that. When it comes to this, I fully support having the new scoreboard.
Thank you. When my son was in football, I think the athletic director said to me, at the time we were putting together the new football field, because at that point they were playing in what looked like pudding because there was only mud and no grass. This is the largest classroom that we have. Also, a band parent would have loved to have seen somebody that resembled my kid on the band playing out there. So, in any case, Councilmember Bloomberg?
Thank you. I appreciate the position that the majority of people have expressed here tonight and in emails in favor of the proposed scoreboard. Having stood in this room as a resident, not on a member of a commission or on the city council at the time that lights were first proposed for Walters Field, to me, this is a deviation from the commitments that were made at that time when football first became a night sport on Friday nights in Highland Park. I think that Friday night football has been a good thing. I think it is a community event that reaches beyond merely District 113 and school athletics. But with each passing year, we have gone farther and farther beyond the commitments that were made at that time. And this, to me, feels like something that I can't support with respect to the LCD screen on the scoreboard. I understand the need for a new scoreboard. I think that can be done without a change to zoning, but it's a little bit like a journey of 1,000 miles that begins with an inch. We've now traveled about a mile from where we agreed to start. I don't know that just because other schools put in certain kinds of facilities that that's a reason to do something that may interfere with the quiet enjoyment of residents and neighbors without any realistic balance to that. At some point, if Stevenson High School decides to put in a 500-foot Jumbotron, is that something that we want to do? I realize that's an absurd exaggeration, but my concern is, are we going to start to have regular fireworks at athletic events? Are we going to start to have concerts after athletic events? This is the point at which I have become uncomfortable, so I'm going to vote against this.
Councilmember Stone?
Thanks. I agree with Councilmember Bloomberg. I think that this is sort of death by 1,000 cuts for those neighbors. I don't have an issue with replacement of the scoreboards. I mean, I went to Highland Park High School, and I did tech theater, and the soundboard in that auditorium that I used as a student is the same one my children used. It's finally been replaced. So I understand that Highland Park High School has old equipment and needs to replace it. I'm just also concerned about the impact of that video screen. We've heard from neighbors who have family members who have sensory issues who live in homes near the field. I hope that the school district will be able to find a way to put a screen on there to help with that. But our job as the council is to balance the interests of the school with those of the neighbors and to ensure that the residents nearby are not negatively impacted. Walters Field has a unique location adjacent to these residential homes. And I'm concerned about the impact of this large TV screen.
Okay, thank you. Still? Okay, go ahead. More?
Can I make a motion?
That's what I was going to ask for. So I'm seeking a motion to approve item 13 with an amendment as you had noted. If you want to go ahead and make that motion, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, so moved.
Second.
Okay, any further comments or questions from the council? Hearing none, will the clerk please call the vote?
Councilmember Ross?
Hang on one second. You need the clarification of the
I
amendment.
think we're clear on that clarification. There was a commitment by the high school to look into additional landscaping. Do you want to have that as part of your condition or not?
I'm sorry.
Additional evergreen landscaping?
Do you want to have that as a condition?
No.
Okay, thank you. So yours is as drafted with the amendment of removing athletic or sporting out of section 3D. That's your motion?
Correct.
Great, thanks. Sorry, Ashley,
No, it's
go ahead.
It's okay. Councilmember Ross?
Aye.
Councilmember Hubler?
Aye.
Councilmember Tapia?
Aye.
Councilmember Littlewer?
Aye.
Councilmember Stone?
No.
Councilmember Bloomberg?
No.
Mayor Rotering?
Aye, 5 ayes, 2 nays. Item 3 is approved. Thank you. Again, thank you all for coming and sharing your point of view, and you're free to leave, or you can stick around while we talk about other things like tobacco shops and vaping. Go ahead. Continuing on to item 14, Plan and Design Commission recommendation regarding the zoning and regulation of tobacco shops and smoking-related uses. Joel, you're back on.
I'm going to come back.
Yeah, that's a good time. Here, do you want to take this?
I'm so sorry.
Ashley.
She'll be back. Okay, Joel.
Shall I continue on? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. This item is a Plan and Design Commission recommendation regarding the zoning and regulation of tobacco shops and smoking-related uses. In terms of a summary of recommendation and background, the council is being asked to consider a Plan and Design Commission recommendation to amend the zoning code related to tobacco and smoke shops. The City Council adopted, as you may recall, a red flag resolution directing the commission to hold a public hearing and make a recommendation on January 23rd of this year. That red flag resolution was the basis for which the commission then held public hearings It started in March and ended in June. The tobacco license holders with tobacco shops as principal uses, there are 5 of them, and other interested parties were directly notified of public hearings. Tobacco license holders with accessory sales of tobacco products, 15 of those, were also notified, but were notified only of the June 20th continued public hearing on the matter. This was also sent out in terms of notice or making people aware through e-news, and was, of course, published in the newspaper as well. So in terms of the recommendation, 1, introduce a principal land use called tobacco and smoking shop. That essentially subsumes tobacco shops as they currently are defined and includes paraphernalia related to legal use of tobacco and recreational drugs, and allows tobacco and smoking shops as permitted uses per sub-recommendations that we'll talk about in a moment, and adopts the existing tobacco shop parking requirements. So there's no changes with regard to parking, but that's just an important note. Number 2, clarify that vape and e-cigarette shops are not permitted as principal uses, but only as accessory uses. 3, allow sales of smoking products and paraphernalia as an accessory use to a principal use, provided no more than 10% of the retail sales floor area of the establishment is dedicated to the display and sale of these products. 4, strike tobacco shops and revise essentially or strike the related references throughout as appropriate. Okay, as I alluded to earlier, there were 2 sub-recommendations from the Plan and Design Commission. The PDC looked at this issue in terms of through the lens of what other regulation may or may not be pursued by council. And so the PDC, or the Plan and Design Commission, that's the acronym for it, expressed a subsidiary recommendation that is beyond zoning amendments or the jurisdiction that they had, but nonetheless they wanted to make clear to the council that the following products might be considered for regulation: vaping and e-cigarette, THC, CBD, or cannabinoid products, kratom, delta, and other similar products without limitation. The PDC suggests that the council consider regulating the sale of the above products and based its 2 sub-recommendations on whether or not this is the choice of council. So the first recommendation from the Plan and Design Commission is it assumes that the council does not further regulate the products spoken of before. And so that, with that assumption, which is essentially the current situation, they are not, the PDC recommended to allow tobacco and smoke shops as permitted uses in the I, light industrial, and the B3 highway commercial zoning districts with the following locational requirements. Tobacco and smoke shops will only be allowed in those portions of the I and B3 zoning districts located between the Union Pacific Railroad right-of-way to the east and US 41 to the west. 2, if the council does further regulate the products mentioned previously, essentially the Plan and Design Commission says that this use, tobacco and smoking shops, should be permitted in essentially the same commercial zones as liquor stores are currently permitted. We do note that the B1 and B1A zoning districts would not allow tobacco and smoking shops, the same districts where liquor stores are not permitted. However, tobacco shops are allowed in those districts today. So the other parts of the recommendation essentially focus on the definition, which, as we talked about previously, expands essentially the tobacco smoking shop definition to include paraphernalia related to the consumption of tobacco and legal recreational drugs, and other types of sales of smoking-themed art, magazines, clothing, etc. It does not include adult or medical use cannabis dispensary or vape or e-cigarette shop. Moreover, smoking and the use of e-cigarettes shall not be permitted in all tobacco and smoking shop uses, except as otherwise provided in Section 100 of the code, which does have one exception. We do note that the vape and e-cigarette shop is not permitted as a principal use in our definition section. However, the retail sales of these products are allowed as accessory uses. Okay, so to take a look at locationally what these recommendations mean. If there is no further product regulation, the Plan and Design Commission recommended that the tobacco and smoke shops, the new definition, the newly defined, more inclusive definition, shown here in red, be allowed as permitted uses in the B3 and I district. The additional thing to note there is that it would be only permitted within those districts, provided that they're between the two right-of-ways that we mentioned previously, the railroad and 41. And by way of comparison, we've included the adult use cannabis dispensary use regulation and the medical cannabis dispensary use regulation. As you can see here, the two same districts would allow the tobacco and smoking shops as the medical cannabis dispensing organization uses are allowed. However, tobacco and smoking shops would be permitted, while medical dispensaries, cannabis dispensaries are conditional uses. If the council does choose to further regulate the products mentioned previously, the following is the recommendation of the Plan and Design Commission, that the tobacco and smoke shops be permitted in essentially all of the commercial districts, but B1 and B1A. As you can see here, by way of comparison, you'll see tobacco shops struck. That's the previous definition or the current definition, and use permissions for that use. That was allowed in, or is currently allowed in B1 and B1A, but the proposal would be to mirror where the liquor store uses are permitted. And that's if there's further product regulation of those unregulated cannabis products. So again, just to recap, there are two sub-recommendations. We have the recommendation 1 assumes no further product regulations. We have the locational limit that the Plan Commission recommended, that it be limited only to portions of the I and B3 districts between Union Pacific Railroad right-of-way and to the west and the Highway 41 to the east. For adult use cannabis dispensary, we just provide here the language from that section of code, or a portion of the language from that section of code where that was derived from. In terms of sub-recommendation 2, which assumes the additional product regulation, no locational limits other than zoning district limitations. And again, it would be similar to where liquor stores would be allowed. To give you a visual of where sub-recommendation number 1, which assumes no further product regulation, what we're talking about in terms of the area between the right-of-ways. This graphic depicts, it's a bit hard to see, but the purple is the B3, and the greenish gray is the I zoning district. Okay, and then as I had mentioned earlier, all that has changed with regard to parking is merely striking tobacco shops, which will no longer be in the code, and will be replaced with tobacco and smoke shops. Same parking regulations as there currently are for tobacco shops. Okay, another important part of the recommendation has to do with accessory use regulations. So the recommendation is to allow but further limit the sales of smoking-related products and paraphernalia to quote, no more than 10% of the retail floor area open to the public that can be used for the accessory display and sale of tobacco paraphernalia related to the consumption of tobacco and legal recreational drugs or other smoking products that are not tobacco products. And so in the Plan and Design Commission, the goal here by being explicit with the accessory use regulation is so that you do not have attempts to bypass the principal use regulation by having a significant accessory use sale of these products. And so that was the goal, to make a reasonable floor area, but not to allow it to be taken advantage of, if you will. And so it provides staff with the ability and the clarity in the code to communicate with businesses so they understand and it could be readily enforced consistently. And so just for a point of clarification, the Plan Design Commission did consider and discuss this at length, but was concerned about, well, how are we going to measure that and what would be included? And so there's added language, and it is recommended that language be included that says to this effect or some similar effect after Corp Council gets through with it, that when measuring floor area, the floor area shall include the entire area adjacent to the aisle used to access the relevant products. For sales areas accessible to employees only, the area used by employees to access the product shall be included. So that just makes it clear about what's in and what's not in the 10% of that floor area that we're talking about regulating. Recommendation, as stated previously, to consider the Plan and Design Commission's recommendation to amend the zoning code related to tobacco and smoke shops, if appropriate, to direct staff to develop an ordinance for adoption. As you may have noticed, there is no ordinance here tonight because you have some choices and direction that staff need to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Thanks for the map. Is there an option of, nope, not now. Okay, the crowd is chilly, so thank you for letting us know. Sorry, you have to put your arms in your shirt. Joel, is there an option of we're not selling this stuff in the city? I didn't see that in there.
Yeah.
When you say we're not selling this stuff in the city, do you mean the products or do you mean just tobacco shops, period?
No. I understand.
We're not zoning it in the city, is that what?
There
Right.
is.
So in terms of, yes, because we're looking at zoning,
Right.
and I understand, thank you, Corporation Counsel, you know where I'm headed. Is there, I understand tobacco is sold all over the place. I've heard from a lot of residents with concern about, in particular, vaping and e-cigarettes, and is it pronounced kratom?
Kratom, yeah.
We'll go with that.
Yeah.
Is there an opportunity to zone those specifically out of the entire, that's just a question.
Those are just products. I mean, we could choose to, when we were we were looking at the tobacco shop use, right? And they sell many products. And so the regulation of the products themselves is separate, in this case, from what we were considering. which was tobacco and paraphernalia shops. I would say that that would be subject of a separate ordinance that isn't necessarily a zoning ordinance, but then that would apply to all of the retail establishments in the community. Zoning ordinances would just apply to the next one and allow those sales then in the current ones. So we don't have an option for that. It was rather, should the council decide to further regulate those products, there's a difference in terms of where the tobacco and smoke shops should be allowed based on the PDC's recommendation.
Understood. Okay.
Because I'm liaison, I'll give you some clarification.
Is that okay? Yeah. All right, so Councilmember Littler and then Councilmember Stone, and then I see you, Tripp. I know you've got plenty to say.
I'm just here to answer questions, Mayor.
Thank you.
But I'd like to answer that last.
And then I have a tangential question that may not even be relevant, but.
I had a
okay.
question related
So-
to your question.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So maybe to clarify a little, so I'm the liaison to the PDC. I'm relatively new to this position because we just sort of shuffled around. And first of all, I want to really commend the PDC because I think they did a ton of work in terms of looking at community problems and listening to store owners, tenants, and the community in general. In some ways, and I only heard part of this presentation, so I apologize, the cart is before the horse, to answer your question. If you're looking at land uses, which the PDC did, they wanted to regulate how do we call the tobacco shops. So they wanted to broaden it to be tobacco and smoke shops, and I think they really did a good job of looking at that and then looking at accessory products and clearly calling paraphernalia accessory. And the way they decided to regulate that as a land use was to then limit it to 10% of the store. And so I think they really did a wonderful job of saying, well, how do we attack this problem and how do we look at it? But separate and apart from that, it became very clear in testimony both from the public and within the PDC that there's certain products that may be objectionable within the community or that perhaps council should consider. In my estimation, that was in a way going beyond the purview of what they were asked to do, but they were being very forward-thinking in saying council needs to think, should we regulate these products? To be very clear, these products, council, correct me if I'm wrong, are legal in Illinois. So some of the ones that we aren't even familiar with the phrases, which some people who are very knowledgeable about what they contain came and testified to the commission about, it was very helpful in our deliberations as to how to do zoning. But that's not what the PDC was asked to do. And so I think for us to move forward on this, we really, as a council, need to have additional information about products should we decide we want to consider limiting those products in our town in terms of sales, number one. But that's separate and apart from an accessory usage, land usage, that the PDC put together. So on the one hand, I think we are prepared to hear better testimony as to what the PDC recommended for accessory uses and tobacco and smoke and tobacco shops, so that we have a bigger land use group that we're looking at. And then should we, as a council, decide we want to ban certain products, we need more information from staff before we can do that. Because frankly, right now there are 12 districts within which these products are sold. To take it down to 2 districts without even understanding what half these products are, I think really does a disservice to our community and to store owners and to people who are in this business. And yet to keep it at the same level as alcohol, which would be much broader usage, we need to know what we're talking about. And so I really think we're only, as a council, I would only urge that we consider a portion of what's being brought up today and not the sub-recommendations with regard to definitions, because I don't think we're prepared to make decisions in terms of the information we currently have from staff, who's done a lot of work, by the way.
Right, absolutely. Okay.
But
Thank
can you reiterate the thing that you're suggesting we consider tonight?
Yeah. The current products that are listed by PDC would be an accessory use. So this is a smoke and tobacco shop. So they can have various products, but the things that we would consider paraphernalia, and we can go into definitions, would be an accessory use. We could no longer, I'm going to expand on it, Tripp, because I know what you're saying. First of all, current business owners are grandfathered in. They will continue their stores should they choose to, irrespective of what we decide. But if a lease comes up or if a tenant moves out, they would have 2 years even. So current users are protected. But there are certain products that could no longer come in as a principal store. They would have to be an accessory use in a store. So we are limiting those products in terms of their sales space for any new people and even for current shop owners. It would have to be 10%. So that's why I didn't quite get to that, Trip. So I see you jumping, but in any event, more clarification can come from PDC, but I do think the second portion, the sub-recommendations, should not be considered tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember
Yeah, I
Stone.
think Joel looks like he's got something to add.
Joel, do you have something to add?
So, okay, just to be clear. So the principal use that's being proposed, 2 districts with the boundaries of the right-of-way, would be able to sell paraphernalia, the products, all of the things that the PDC had said the council should consider further regulating, potentially, okay? As an accessory use, those same things could be sold at other locations outside of those 2 zoning districts as an accessory use, provided it's only 10%. The reason to ratchet down that number is so that you don't have people trying to bypass the primary use by using a lot of their store for the same types of product. To be clear, the products would still be able to be sold as accessory to other stores, retail sales stores, in the districts that you're allowed to have retail sales stores. The tobacco and smoking shops would be limited as principal uses, meaning that's the store. It is a tobacco and smoking shop store. Those would be limited to 2 districts within those right-of-way lines as mentioned. And that's with the current situation whereby the city does not further regulate or the sales of kratom, THC, those types of products. Okay, that's the current situation. And that's why they had said, well, we said to the PDC, but the current situation is that's not the case. So they gave you 2 sub-recommendations. One that says what the current situation is, which is, well, if that's the case, we want to keep it bounded by these right-of-ways and in these 2 districts. If the council chooses to regulate those, otherwise known as unregulated THC products, et cetera, and those are no longer able to be sold in our community by whatever other legislation that you did not direct the PDC to engage in, well, then there's a different recommendation from the PDC. It's then treat it like liquor store. And so that's the distinction. The PDC focused on those products, those THC products. Paraphernalia, it really wasn't a focus of the PDC. So to the extent that anyone is concerned about paraphernalia sales, I just wanted to make that distinction with regard to that recommendation from PDC. So what's before you now as a land use consideration for this newly defined tobacco and smoke shops, and the recommendation based on current law is one, to restrict them to 2 zoning districts and only a portion of those 2 zoning districts.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you. So to the mayor's earlier question, if we didn't want to have tobacco and smoke shops in Highland Park, we could
say no.
We could say no to the principal use
Correct.
of tobacco and smoke shop. Right now, my understanding is that we've got them in the Central Business District and also in Briargate and in Crossroads.
We have 5.
And one on Old Elm, I thought.
And Old Elm.
Right, okay. So what we're talking about doing is, so the one in the future, that Old Elm area would not be an allowable area. The Crossroads area would be allowed.
Correct.
The Briargate area would be allowed. The business district would not be. So we're talking about only the industrial and the Skokie corridor, basically. But we're also talking about east of the train tracks, so that they're not in that little part of the industrial area that's adjacent to the residential.
Correct.
Okay. And in terms of further regulation of these unregulated THC products or whatever we're calling this group of things. My understanding is that there are some communities that have banned those and some states that have banned those. So that's something that we would be allowed to do if we chose to do it, but not in today's discussion.
Correct, is my understanding, yes, and it was
Well, it wouldn't, if I may, I believe that you would have authority to ban them if you so desire. Several municipalities have done so. It is a complicated issue, and for some of these products, it's been considered by those who were intimately involved in the passage of the state legislation to be a loophole in the Illinois law, that both the cannabis industry as well as local government they're on the same side of this one, both want further regulation of things like Delta 8 and others. So we're looking at the state legislature, which is considering fixing the gap, and you have the ability to regulate and ban it. That would not require plan commission action. That's not an amendment to your zoning code. That would be a municipal code regulation that this council can do without a public hearing by the plan commission.
So that's something that I'm interested in looking at. I don't know if there's enough of us interested in that, but I would like to do that. And in terms of this recommendation, I'm on the fence as to whether we should allow it as a principal use or just as an accessory use.
Mayor, just to further elaborate, other towns that I represent have written, have prepared a resolution and sent it to the state legislature asking for them to seriously consider fixing it at a state.
Versus a municipal.
Versus a municipal.
The regulation of those products.
Yes.
Okay.
But if we so chose, we could do it as a municipality at the moment because it hasn't been preempted by the state.
That's my understanding and my position.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Tapia?
No, I didn't
You
raise
didn't have your hand up?
No,
Oh,
he did.
Councilmember
Yeah.
Ross? And then Jeff,
I
did you-
wanted to share that I used to be District 112 liaison to Community the Anti-Drug, and I appreciate their presence here tonight. I do appreciate the mayor's suggestion of potentially banning some of these substances from Highland Park. I would support that personally, and I'm a little concerned that in any of the options, whether the primary one seemed to be I and B3, that there's, even with the confines of the railroad track and the highway, that some areas are very, very close to residences. And although I'm not sure how you zone it so that they aren't, but that's a concern of mine, that they're in any of these options, they're very close to schools and residences. That's my comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Hubler?
I have many comments, but I'll start with I have three main ones. The first one is, I don't think as a city or as our staff and the amount of work that they have to do, we should be focused on cutting edge of what is okay for people to use and what is not, and what ages it's okay for and what it's not. I think that's a state issue. I do not think municipal government should be involved in that. That's just, I just don't feel that's our job. So that then leads into, the tobacco discussion, and I think a couple things. First, I'm open to the alcohol version or the liquor store zoning or the industrial zoning, or maybe a mix. But I don't think we should get involved in banning certain products. I do think we could take this legislation, hopefully, and make it like an age-restricted merchandise type primary use. So if, I don't even know any of those names that were listed, if we had those where it's basically, if the state says, hey, it's only for 18 and older, or it's only 21 and older, it would automatically fall into the legislation, and it would have the same limitations as tobacco shops. So maybe it's called tobacco and other age-related merchandise, where we can keep it away and not have to keep going back to this issue every time the state says, well, this one's no longer legal, or this one's 21 and over, or this one's 18 and over. It would just fall into that particular zoning that we have, so we're not constantly addressing this issue. The last one that I've heard the most about, I don't think was addressed, and that is the ability to walk down, St. John's and see drug paraphernalia in the windows. Limiting it to 10%, I think, or trying to figure out a way that's not burdensome, because I can only imagine the number of calls we're going to get. Well, they're at 11%. I did the math. But I think the big thing that's not addressed is if you're a tobacco shop and you want to have an aisle in back for other merchandise that isn't viewable by the public or children walking by. I mean, I believe that the law states that a tobacco shop cannot have people who are under 21 in it. Is that correct?
It's strictly a tobacco shop.
Right, if it's a primary zone purpose. So I think it's very important that we have some sort of, like with the marijuana stores on 41, they can't show anything. I think that's also part of the state code.
Correct.
There should be nothing but tobacco products directly related to their principal use being on display from the street. And I think that's very important. The 10%, I didn't understand until it was discussed, the idea of a loophole that we will need something. I think 10% is going to be problematic. I'm not saying I have the answer, but I'm really concerned that we're constantly going to be chasing that 10% number because it is such a small number.
Thank you. Councilmember Bloomberg?
So respectfully, Jeff, I'm going to disagree with you about our role as a municipality with respect to the health and welfare of our residents. I think we have an obligation to regulate substances that are unhealthy and well proven to be so. We've done that in the past, and where there's a gap in the state law, I think we have an obligation to do that, and I would consider the mutual actions of considering what limitations we can place on the sales of these products simultaneous to making a recommendation or request to the state to finally fill that gap. Pardon me. The regulation of accessory uses is not unique to Highland Park. We have a number of different uses that are considered accessory uses. We do not get regular calls about whether something meets or exceeds or doesn't meet or exceed something as an accessory use. But telling somebody how to set up their shop, the location of certain products that may be accessory, that's going to be a nightmare for staff and probably for us as well. So I think that we should consider the long-term availability of some of these products in Highland Park.
Thank you. Councilmember Tapia?
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Littleworth's suggestion that we keep these two things separate. I think there's a lot we don't know that we need to get educated on these new, what are still right now legal drugs, and get, make that decision in a deliberate way and an educated way. So I would favor us looking into it, at another time and really having the right information. In terms of the restrictions here, I think it's very reasonable to may limit it to the highway corridors. And not necessarily make it, even though the accessory use could be used in many of the different zoning districts as it stands, I'm okay with that, but in terms of primary use, I would support that one option. And in terms of the 10% or 15% floor space, I think that's reasonable. I think it keeps it out of the windows that face the street. I think there's, as long as these things are not illegal right now, I don't want to get into the business of telling business of what they can and cannot sell unless we had a compelling reason to do that, and that's part of the study or examination that I think several of us are asking for.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone?
Thanks. I just want to also acknowledge that I was liaison to CTAD as well, the council liaison, so thank you for being here. Tobacco 21 we passed a while ago. And does that apply to these other products as well, or does that only apply to tobacco?
Tobacco.
Right.
I believe just tobacco.
So I don't know if there's a way to, I mean, maybe there's a middle ground, and maybe we can expand that tobacco 21 to some of these other products, but that's, I think, the separate conversation that needs to happen.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember
I
Hubler.
guess I would just like some clarification. Even though it's considered accessory use and they're allowed 10%, they could basically fill, with the way this is written, they could fill their storefront with accessory use stuff. That's the way this is written.
That is correct. It is.
I have a big problem with that. So I want to make that clear. That just doesn't make any sense to me.
You mean they could fill their window with it?
Their entire window could be accessory use because they're allowed 10%.
Right.
Mayor, just to be clear, nothing's been written yet. So
Right.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
Yes.
So you
what
could
you're
add
saying
that
is-
as an amendment that
Right.
says that
Because-
accessory use will not be permitted to be displayed within the windows.
Because there's nothing that is said, the answer is it could be allowed. So
Okay.
what
I
you
think
may want to
that's-
consider is
I
add,
think
when you,
that's one of the most important parts of this discussion. As Councilmember Litterer said, we are going to maybe break this apart a little bit. I think that's one that really needs to be addressed right away, regardless of the
How we-
zoning areas or wherever. All the accessory use stuff should be not visible to passerbys.
I think I got you, yeah?
You did. yes.
Okay.
I agree with you.
I just want to, again, thank the PDC, because I know that there was a lot, the number of options that you've looked at, and I'll chime in and say I was one of the founders of CTAD, and I appreciate you being here, and thank you very much for all the work you're doing and trying to protect the youth of our community. So I guess my basic question is, if there is a majority that's interested in taking action concerning the possible banning of certain substances, are we in reverse order? Should we be first discussing that and then talking about whatever zoning remains for tobacco or whatever else you want to pursue? But my sense is that there are sufficient people on this dais who do want to look at banning certain substances. I kind of feel like by virtue of zoning those and then saying, and now we're going to ban them, seems kind of backwards. Councilmember Bloomberg, and then Councilmember Ross, and then Councilmember Tapia.
That was a very helpful segue. It seems to me if we decide we want to ban it, then we don't need to get to the zoning issue, or we zone differently. So I think that sets the overall policy, is to engage in a discussion about whether we ban these.
Thank you. Councilmember Ross.
Thank you, Mayor, and not just for calling on me, but for having stated it that way. Yes, it feels backwards to me. I would like to consider what that possibility of banning and then get to the zoning. That is just my view.
Thank you. Councilmember Tapia.
Yeah, well, I worry about the timing of that because part of what motivated this, there are several reasons, but one is that in just a couple months, we had 3 smoke shops move into the central business district. That triggered alarm bells to say, wait a minute, and we realized we had no recourse. Now, one folded, I don't know where the third one went. One is still viable here. But I don't know how long this process will take to kind of do that discussion, but that could take several weeks, months. What prevents us from then having another smoke shop move in this in-between time, and we have no protection, right? In a moment where from 3 we went down to 1, let's kind of seize the moment, put some sort of restriction there, buy ourselves some time to have a reasonable discussion on whether we're going to ban any products or not.
So I believe our next council meeting is July 17th, and this would be a council decision, and ordinances have been drafted and approved in other municipalities, right?
Yes.
So you essentially have something that has already been created, has been a template, has been adopted by presumably peer municipalities. You could literally look at it at our next meeting. Councilmember Hubler.
I would agree with Andres, though, that there's no reason to stop this. And this is where I go back to my first point of, like, if this could be even more general of age restriction or whatever. But so that's the first step. Is I see these as parallel processes. The second point is if we come up with a list of, let's say, 5, what are going to be the next 3 that come down the list, or the next 7 that come down the list, or the next 1 next year, or the year after, the year after? It doesn't seem like, I mean, it just seems like this is going to be an ongoing thing that we're going to be dealing with. And if we choose as a council to deal with that, that's fine. But we need to deal with this too. And I think there's always going to be 1 or 2 other new things that are on the block. So I think this could easily be parallel path. And especially if we opened up it to not be called tobacco shops and smoking shops. So when the next one comes down the list, if we decide that's 18 and over or 21 and over or completely banned, it's already got a place to go. If it's legal to sell but not to minors.
Okay. Councilmember Stone?
Yeah, I agree that we need to move forward with this so that we have the zoning in place. And then if we're going to ban certain products, this is still applicable because we still are looking at tobacco shops. We're not banning tobacco.
Anybody else? No? Tripp, would you like to jump into this conversation? And then happy to hear from any member of the public who wants to opine.
I'm Walter Hainsfurther. I am the chairman of the Plan and Design Commission. And I apologize a little bit for sending you something that maybe is a little messier than what you're used to seeing, but this is was for us a fairly complicated and protracted discussion. I think I'm going to try and speak for the commission, and I'll let you know when it's my opinion. But the feeling was that you would be looking at banning certain substances if you chose to, simultaneous with adopting the zoning. And you have that opportunity, as I understand it, because you could, you're going to ask for a draft of an ordinance for the zoning, and I understood that perhaps you might want to ask for a similar ordinance or an ordinance that limited the sale of certain products, which is not part of the PDC's purview. We heard substantial testimony about these products, and I think something maybe got a little lost in translation. The term that was used most for us was unregulated cannabis products, right, or cannabinoid products, which I think would probably encompass anything that would be coming down the street as well as what is on the market today. The reason that we bifurcated these recommendations was if you chose not to regulate things, we felt that following the cannabis regulations was the correct way to approach this. The districts that we offered, B3 and I, as the staff very ably pointed out and did a great job of walking us through this process, are the ones where cannabis-related products, either for medical reasons or for recreational reasons, are allowed. And the regulations are identical to what we are recommending. If you chose to regulate these products, then we felt a liquor store model was a better approach, which meant you didn't have it in the B1 district, but you could have it in other areas. And my understanding, and this is my opinion, was the objection wasn't to the tobacco part of this project, of the regulations. The objection from the community is these other products don't necessarily reflect the values of our community. And so, that's why, perhaps with the liquor store model, it's a little more, not unregulated, but permitted in other places. In terms of accessory uses, in my past life, as some of you know, I designed a hell of a lot of convenience stores. And there isn't a convenience store out there that I know of that 10% would encompass all their tobacco products and related materials. So I felt I feel personally that's a fair amount, even though it wasn't the percentage I had come up with, because I didn't want to limit what people could sell in their existing businesses or future businesses as an accessory use, to the extent that we did regulate it and we didn't allow it to become a primary use. The only time I could think of when it would be more than 10% is if you remember, if you're old enough like me, and they used to have this kiosk out there on the gas island with the guy in the booth. That was probably over 10%, but it wasn't by much. So I think that, I personally think it's a fair compromise. Obviously, the commission agreed to that. I would not personally, and this is my personal opinion, bifurcating this and dealing with these separately is not the right approach. I think you have to deal with them together, right? Because I think that, unless you're going to take the more restrictive zoning, which, without regulating it, you could do that and then come back and regulate it. But I wouldn't recommend deferring the zoning or adopting the liquor store model without at least the companion of eliminating or regulating the products. Which, again, we felt that was a licensing issue, not a land use issue. Finally, let me address Councilman Hubler and his concerns about where the accessory uses are located. We, to be very honest, we didn't talk a lot about that because we felt that was again, as I think Councilman Bloomberg said, I don't know how you tell a shop owner how to lay out their shop. It's a free speech issue to me. That again, if we're regulating it, we should be able to. They should be able to market it the way that they see fit, as long as they meet the rules of the regulation. One of the issues, obviously, that happened when these stores opened was none of them followed the sign ordinance. And that was a huge problem. And in fact, if you go up to the one up at Old Elm and Western, he just took his signs and put them on the wall inside. And if you drive by at night, you can read them just plain as day. But that complies with the sign ordinance as opposed to when he had them in the windows. So I think, again, it's a community values issue. And I would personally urge you to regulate the product and adopt the liquor store model simultaneously. And that's my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor.
And I'm here to answer any questions that you all might have about our deliberation.
We apparently have a question for you, Councilmember Hubler.
Sure.
Everything that was listed there, are those all cannabis products?
They're all, my understanding is they're all unregulated cannabinoid products. Nope, I'm getting a no from somebody who knows a lot more about it than I do, who I think is going to get up and explain it better than I do during public comment. So
not all of them are.
Not all of them are, but many of them are.
Okay. But you don't want to have that as your definition if there are then these exceptions.
Well, I think perhaps that the young lady who gave us testimony and is going to speak, I think, in a few minutes from members of the public might be able to clarify that better and give you a better definition.
Thanks. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know how others feel here, but given the two options and given the kind of community values that we advocate for, we could ban them outright. That will be before us in the future, but limiting it to the two districts of I and B3, where we already have selected a certain kind of sale, of these kinds of recreational drugs or medicinal drugs, seems very logical to me to say, well, any other things that kind of in that category that's still legal, that's a good place to do it. We already sort of set the standard that's where we kind of rather than it have spread out throughout the whole city with easier access and then sort of filtering into other uses of our community where we have different kinds of activities where we would not want easy access to these kinds of things. So I don't know where we're leaning here between those two choices, but if we were leaning toward limiting to the I and B3, I think we can make that decision tonight and then protect the current CBD from any incursion between now and even a month from now. These leases could be signed at any moment, and then buy us some time to have a thoughtful, deliberate process about whether we're going to ban anything and what we would ban and why we would ban them.
I think the director wants to say something.
Thank you.
I do have one more question.
Do you want to jump in, or do you want to let the community
I have
development.
a question for.
I'm sorry, what?
However you'd like to proceed, of course.
All right, Councilmember Hubler and then Joel.
So as I agree with what Andre said, and it made me think like, do we have the ability to maybe do a special use in I'll call it the liquor store zoning areas, in regards to like, hey, if you want to do this and you want to have a tobacco shop in this area, you literally can't have you could put certain limitations on them, or is that just not something we can do in the zoning
Answer
board?
that, and I'll answer.
You could.
It creates, I'll tell you, having dealt with special uses, if it's really hard to turn down a special use. It's really hard. So, we specifically had that discussion and chose not to go with a conditional use. We wanted to limit the permitted uses and deal with it that way as opposed to establishing conditional uses.
Joel, what would you like to add?
I just want to make clear, like, we have two things to consider, right? You have your principal uses and you have the accessory use, the accessory sales. And so, I'm hearing a lot of different things from the council, concerns about certain products, being readily visible and for sale in multiple places beyond tobacco. Depending on where the council goes, that could be limited, but the recommendation that limits it to 2 districts also has the recommendation of the 10%, okay? Either way it does, but the point being is you just have to understand that, and it does make some sense if it is going to take some time to develop any type of additional regulation of products to cover the city in terms of use, at least temporarily. You could then, after making a decision on regulating products, change the zoning code again and order that be changed such that it be to the liquor store regulations at a later date, and we can proceed right to the Plan Commission and back to you quickly based on that. So I do think it's a valid point about leaving this open until we resolve other matters, and those other matters meaning product sales and whether or not those are allowed. I do think that is something that is a valid concern.
Okay, thank you. Members of the public that are interested in sharing your position, we'd love to hear from you. If you could come to the podium, state your name for the record, and recognize that we have a 3-minute limit to public comment. Welcome.
Thank you. Excuse me. I'm Barbara Denecker. I'm the Executive Director of Community Anti-Drug. Thank you all for the shout-outs and for your support and for your leadership in protecting youth in our community. I wasn't planning to speak, but it sounded like you had a couple of questions, so I'll try to clarify a few of them. When it comes to the products that were listed, Kratom is not a marijuana product. It is a natural product that is not an opioid but acts like one. And it can be known among other circles as gas station heroin because it is something that has that same effect, but can be available in convenience stores and supermarkets and things of that nature. And it is psychoactive. You can overdose. You can die from kratom. It has been, to answer some of your questions, kratom has been banned in 6 states so far and 4 communities in Illinois. The other products that we're talking about are these hemp-derived or synthetic-derived THC products. They are legal because of that loophole that was referenced, because the state marijuana or cannabis tax and regulation act covers marijuana. The federal government distinguished hemp from marijuana. Those are both cannabis sativa plants, but it's cannabis sativa marijuana or cannabis sativa hemp. Hemp they legalized for other reasons, and hemp is defined as having 0.3% THC, that's the psychoactive component of marijuana, or less. So what has happened, because that was now legal, that some people in the industry extracted that 0.3% into waxes and into oils and put it into gummies, so you can eat it, you can vape it, and those types of things. And it still has the same properties as THC. So that's where you get your Delta 8, your Delta 10, Delta 11, THCO, HHC. Some of them are 3 times as powerful as THC. Some of them are half times as powerful as THC. Again, psychoactive, can be addictive, hurts the developing brains of our youth, and it impacts that brain development as well. These unregulated THC products or these hemp or synthetic THC products are currently banned in 15 states, and currently, as far as I know, only one municipality in Illinois. And
Elk Grove Village?
correct. And that was only, I think, 2 months ago. So that's very recent. Something I want to point out, as you're talking about, and Councilman Hubler also about where they're put in the stores. Currently, they are both legal in Illinois. Kratom, however, is illegal for people, you have to be 18 or over to purchase in the state of Illinois. That was done quite some time ago, before any of legalization of marijuana happened. But if you think about these being legal and accessible, they are less regulated than tobacco products, where the state has law, it has to be behind the counter or in the line of sight of the cashier. So if this is allowed, whether it's allowed as a primary use or as an accessory use, those regulations don't fall. So they could theoretically indeed put them in the window.
Thank you. Of course. Appreciate it.
Good evening. Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Andy Plaz, and I live on Broadview. I've lived in Highland Park for about 12 years. I appreciate the detailed discussion of this proposed zoning change tonight, but I also think that we need to look at the bigger picture. I have 2 kids. Being a parent is hard. And I think many of us would agree that it's harder now than it was when our parents were raising us. And there are a lot of reasons for this. But one of those reasons is the legalization, popularization, and normalization of the use of products such as vaping, e-cigarettes, marijuana, and THC. My family has never been affected by substance abuse problems, but I know people who have. In my opinion, the failure of this council to ban marijuana sales in Highland Park a few years ago was a huge mistake. We should not allow the sale of these products in our community when these substances can poison our kids. Even if the products are age restricted, the normalization of products such as marijuana, vaping products, and THC is part of the problem. The fact that kids see adults walking down the street using this stuff legally is part of the problem. If you want to adopt the ordinance that was proposed tonight as a temporary measure, that seems reasonable to me. But let's deal with the bigger issue, and let's keep this crap out of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public want to be heard on this topic? Okay, thank you. All right, so council, do you want to take action on 14 this evening? Do you want to return?
Just to be clear, the most you can do would be direct an ordinance. Nothing's on your agenda for approval tonight.
Right. The other thing is it could also be tabled. So just to be abundantly clear, there is no ordinance that we are approving this evening. If you wanted to take this together with consideration of a ban, we could do that July 17th and have that parallel conversation. So I think at this point, we're just looking for direction in terms of what we're drafting, and then we'll move from there. Councilmember Stone?
So you're suggesting we could potentially draft something that would address the zoning and also potentially the ban?
Correct.
I'm interested in doing that.
Okay, looking for a motion point, or we could just continue to kind of give direction.
Yeah, I think
And table
we're
the-
looking for your consensus at this point.
I have a question.
You'll have another bite at the apple when we have something in front of you.
Right, and so back to the original question, which was, we want to put a temporary limitation and then have this further conversation if we are actually discussing potentially a ban at our next meeting.
But let me just also be clear, you've already adopted a red flag resolution.
Right.
So you're covered, as far as I'm concerned, for a reasonable period for any new operations until you ultimately adopt the zoning code amendment that's been publicly heard. So emergency action is not necessary to prevent anything new. Those that were in under the wire before you adopted that red flag resolution, Joel, do you recall the date?
It was January 23rd, 2023.
So from January 3, 2023 to today, and on, you're
Can you
protected.
just give us more detail on the red flag resolution? What rights does it give us or protection?
It creates, it prevents a vested right from being created by anyone looking at the zoning code today and saying, aha, this is a permitted use. I'm going to purchase this property, or I'm going to enter into a lease. I'm going to rely on the city's zoning and proceed. We have the ability to say, no, you should take a look at the resolution that was adopted on January 3. We indicated our intent to change the code, and by indicating your intent to change the code, they have no longer have a right to rely on the ordinance as written. That only goes on for a reasonable time period. You're well within it right now.
So if we wanted to pursue a ban, you have that ordinance drafted from other municipalities. That's something that could be considered at our next council.
Yes, we should further discuss the ramifications and issues, particularly as it's being vetted at the state level for some of the items, and whether or not, even the one that's adopted by Elk Grove Village has not been tested, and I want you to be aware of it.
Okay.
Mayor, that's why originally I said I thought we should separate it out, and I thought we should take a little step back and be better educated.
We actually did talk about that further, unfortunately, while you were out of the room. I'm going to call on Councilmember Ross and then you.
Actually, I didn't raise my hand, but the
Peter
red,
wanted- did you want to
red
say something?
flag. Let me just. I mean, I'm heartened. Heartened isn't the word. I'm glad for this red flag. That it apparently we have a reasonable amount of time to consider this, and without somebody jumping in to open, a shop.
Right.
And so we're protected. And I'm in favor of studying the ban possibility and linking it to the zoning that way.
Okay.
More direct. Yeah.
Councilmember Hubler, thanks.
I just wanted clarification on what a reasonable time was.
As long as we are diligently pursuing the text amendment, which,
Okay, so there isn't like a date?
No, there isn't. There isn't. But if we abandon it for months or years, I think we probably would lose a fight.
Okay. Yeah,
Mayor,
sorry.
if I
City
could just
Manager.
add, so if you're looking for an ordinance to be drafted to be placed on the next city council agenda, we could certainly do that. And of course, there's discussion that certainly could be had at that city council meeting. If you're looking for a policy conversation at committee of the whole, I would just ask, unless it's a priority, we could definitely put it on for July 17th, but we already have 4 items tentatively on that agenda. I would just ask for some flexibility in pushing that to the next meeting, unless it's a priority, and then I can move things around.
And what I'm hearing is there's an interest in that policy conversation at the council level and no need to delay and
Perfect. Okay.
put processes.
Then we'll just say a future meeting next.
No, what I'm saying is July 17th, have that conversation as a council,
Not a committee of the whole.
not a committee of the whole.
Oh, perfect.
As a
Okay.
council conversation.
With an ordinance or just a continue? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, wait, do we have, I missed part of the conversation, I apologize. Do we actually have consensus to do that?
I'm
Rather
taking that
than-
straw poll right now.
Okay.
I'm working my way through. Is that of interest? So, yes?
Well, is this reasonable? I mean, with what this next week is going to look like, and sort of with the 4th of July, and then, July 17th is just a couple weeks after that, to pull together all that's required and for us.
Corporation Council, using the efficiency of their practice, having already gone through this with other municipalities.
Well, what's the
We'd look at a
rush
model ordinance
to-
like that.
What's the rush to
We
do it?
basically take Elk Groves. But the Elk Groves, I think, is just limited to Delta 8 or THC. It doesn't include the others.
But you have other communities that you've worked with, or no?
No.
Okay, I hear what you're saying.
The other communities that I've worked with have all asked the state to fix it.
As long as the red flag law is still in, then we don't need to rush. I was hearing from this council an interest.
And I wanted to make sure you knew, I had you adopt that red flag law so that you can give yourselves the time.
Let's give ourselves time.
That's fine. But, all right, so once again, I'm sorry, if I could, please, thank you. Want to hear is there an interest in pursuing a ban? And I'm looking down the line. Yes.
Interested in pursuing what that means, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
I'm in a committee of the whole meeting, just, so I don't know if I'm speaking clearly, but that's why I'm saying I'd rather.
We've already decided that we do have more time, and that will not be on the July 17th Committee of the Whole.
Right.
So is that something that you're interested in discussing? Okay. And you are not?
I don't think that we should be constantly trying to keep up with banning products.
Thank you. Okay. Yes,
Just
Councilman.
clarification, are we talking about committee of the whole or a city council meeting?
That's up to you.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer a committee of the whole to really put on the table the philosophy and the issues before we charge them to come up with a code for us to vote on.
That's fine. So we have one meeting in August, and that is at the end of August.
So we'll have to be careful, if I may, Mayor. We have, part of this is a zoning code recommendation that's come up through a public hearing from the Plan Commission. We'll just have to make sure that tonight we continue this docket to a city council meeting. It could be a distant city council meeting, before which you have a committee of the whole meeting for further discussion.
Okay.
I want to make sure you keep the due process flowing.
Understood. Totally understand. So we have one meeting in July. We have one meeting in August. I see your hand.
So my thought is to have a committee of the whole discussion about a ban, but a motion to approve a zoning restriction tonight, a direction to prepare that for us to consider at our next. That way, we're moving forward in a very definite way.
I would second that if that were a
And
motion.
I think we probably would all be interested in seeing a pretty similar type of draft.
And it would,
So that would then satisfy any questions?
that would help with the due process, for sure.
Okay.
We need some more direction on what that zoning code.
Exactly.
So I would propose, I would like to ask, bring a motion that there be a draft zoning regulation consistent with the liquor store model that was recommended. I think that's the one that I like to see how my fellow council.
I would second.
I don't see the need to do that. Maybe I misunderstood because you're looking puzzled. If I'm not clear on why it doing so would show good faith effort
Regulate.
to regulate.
They'd be asking for an ordinance to be drafted
Right,
that would be
and-
acted upon at the next,
Oh,
regarding the
okay,
zoning.
but we don't have to do anything.
So
Yeah, okay.
the reason for my motion and my question is, we all, with one exception, have an interest in discussing a ban on these products. At the same time, we also have an opportunity to regulate through our zoning where things may be sold in the interim before we reach that decision about a ban. And by doing that, both of those actions, it demonstrates that we are continuing to move forward on the issue and supports the validity of our red flag law that is in place.
Joel, I have a question. The liquor store analogy is a broader zoning permission than the IB3, right? IB3 is more narrow?
It still keeps it in the 12? No, it's in like 10?
These I
So
prefer
I
the other.
started with this motion to see if it passes or not. If it doesn't, you might consider the other restriction.
Okay. If there's further conversation on the motion which is on the table and has been seconded, feel free. Otherwise, we can take a vote, and if it fails, we will be back for another question. Okay? So with that,
So
yes.
just to clarify, we're going to, on the July 17th, we're going to vote on the zoning for tobacco shop? Is that the goal?
If,
So the
if
goal
tonight's, if tonight's motion passes, that will give direction to Corporation Council to create the zoning ordinance that will be voted on July 17th.
Mayor?
Yeah.
But can he, I mean, I don't know if you're willing to do this, but what if it was proposed the other way?
Well,
To-
he's made the motion.
No,
Oh.
he made the motion, it's
Is
second.
seconded?
So if you choose not to support that, vote no, and then he will.
But would you have a second
potentially-
chance
Oh,
tonight?
yeah.
Yeah.
If
yes.
it doesn't
Yeah, if it doesn't
pass,
pass. Joel, can
then
you
there
go
would be
back?
a motion for the
These are
different
just
zone.
motions to direct. They
Yeah, got it.
And that's it.
can have as
The
many as you
table.
want.
And one can still vote against that motion down the line.
Yeah.
This is
Correct.
just directing it
Okay.
to be drafted.
Would it be unreasonable to request a draft of each type of restriction and then vote on one or the other at the next meeting?
I sense that there's direction that
Okay.
supersedes one versus the other. So with that being said, we have, yes, Joel?
Is there any direction with regard to paraphernalia as opposed to the products that we spoke about? I just raised that. There were some questions about that. Okay, and where that paraphernalia might be sold. There seemed to be unresolved.
Councilmember Stone?
I feel like we should get a motion, figure out which zoning district we want these things in, if we want them at all. And then we can always amend it going forward with other provisions. We can add, depending on what happens with a ban as well.
However, the council directs, but I just wanted to make clear that what I hear us talking about this evening is potentially banning particular types of products that have THC in them or other types of products.
No, well, we're,
No, we're strictly talking about the zoning restrictions that you have.
No, I understand, but I'm just trying to understand going
And then
forward.
down the road, there will be, I believe, a conversation related to products and potentially paraphernalia, but.
Okay. I just
But at the
wanted to be
moment,
clear
we're
about
just
that.
strictly looking
There was
at
some
the zoning question.
Correct.
Okay.
There's currently a motion on the table, and there's a second related to using the liquor store. Yes?
Am I allowed to say something?
Sure,
before-
go for it.
Just that, I guess I'm going to feel like I have to vote no on it because I feel like it's moving this too quickly for me. And I wanted to have an opportunity to say that, explain my.
Understood. And I'll just share with the group, you can vote no on both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the red flag potentially continues to protect us, and we continue our conversation in August on an outright ban. If that makes sense. Okay. Clear as mud.
Councilmember Ross,
Nay.
Councilmember Hubler,
No.
Councilmember Tapia,
No.
Councilmember Littlewer,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
no.
Councilmember Bloomberg,
Yes.
Mayor Rotering.
No. So the motion failed, the vote of 2 yes, 5 nays. Is there a second motion?
I'll make a second motion. So I'll make the motion to do the, limited to the B3 and I district.
I'll second that.
Okay,
Could we potentially add an amendment to that?
sure. What would you
Could
like
we,
to add?
well, anything, I just think that if we're going to try to push something forward right away, in all zoning districts, whether they're grandfathered in or not, I think as part of this, I would like to see anything that is not primary use tobacco is behind the counter or something of that nature.
Okay.
I mean, we do it for marijuana stores, but we don't even let anybody see it. So
Mhm.
if there's precedence to be able to do it. I think we should be part of that.
So you need to define what it is that you don't want to have visible.
Anything that's not principal use has to be behind the counter.
And could it be visible
Is that
behind
okay?
the counter or literally behind the counter on not visible?
Visible.
Could,
Visible's fine, I guess, but
Would you like it on a rack behind the counter? Would you like it
I would
below the
prefer it to be
counter?
hidden in the back.
Then that's your proposal.
Oh.
Go for it. Seriously, you can do that. That's.
Well, I don't want to. I think behind the counter,
That's right.
but it can be visible, like cigarettes or other regulated products that fall into that category.
Okay, but not something somebody can go just pick up on the
Not
road.
something they can grab, and for the most part, it's a lot further away. It's not in the store window that way, and it's.
Okay.
Yeah, can we, I mean, I would like to modify that to say, it's not visible
open
from the
to that.
street, right? It's not easily accessible, but it can be visible in some part of the store and limited to that 10% retail.
not in some part of the store behind the counter.
Ah.
Visible behind the
Well,
counter, I think, is what is being.
Yes.
Well, okay, so listen, yeah, but visible. I think it's too restrictive
I'm
to say
open to it.
behind the store.
You guys just need to make a motion and have a second,
So
so.
we've got a motion and a second, and we're amending the motion to say,
That it would be behind the counter,
But this-
that it can be visible.
Is that what you want?
I'm good with that, yes.
Okay.
The same thing holds true for me. I still feel there is no rush to do this, and I want to explain that. That's why I vote nay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And to clarify one thing, this would apply to all current places as well, correct? Even though it's,
It's very important, and I was going to ask to interject, Mayor. So this is a zoning code.
Right.
You're making changes prospectively, and so there's
So they're
certain rights that they will be grandfathered.
CBD and,
There's other ways to do that, just not through the zoning code, and I defer to Corporation Counsel.
let me ask one more question that might be helpful to you, and that is Corporation Counsel. If we choose to ban these products, then those who are selling within the CBD then are no longer able to sell, or?
Yeah, I would, yes.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I just wanted to clarify if that's something that you were wondering.
And to let Councilmember Hubler know, you can deal with your location issue and have it apply to all existing stores if you do it through a health, safety, and welfare regulation ordinance to the amending the municipal code, which does not require a plan commission public hearing. It's not a zoning ordinance.
So it's health, safety versus land.
So you can take the first step, which is part of this motion now. You can get even tougher at a later date.
Okay, so we clear?
Yes.
We have a motion, we have a second, we have an amended motion and second. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Councilmember Ross.
Nay.
Councilmember Hubler.
yes.
Councilmember Tapia.
Yes.
Councilmember Littlewer.
No.
Councilmember Stone.
yes.
Councilmember Bloomberg.
Yes.
Mayor Rotering.
No. So the motion passes with 4 yes, 3 no.
So
To
we have
draft
direction to draft,
Zoning ordinance
and it'll be in your
amendment.
July meeting.
At the July meeting, action will be taken on that. And then we will pursue further conversation regarding
Your August
a
meeting.
ban at our August meeting.
Understood.
Very
Along
much
with that,
appreciated.
can we pursue the health ordinance? Is that what they call it? Health and safety
Health and
ordinance?
safety ordinance.
At
That's
the
what
same time we're discussing the ban?
Yeah, because the
August
ban would
meeting.
be that as well. So, yeah, absolutely. Okay, great.
And you'll know by then whether the zoning ordinance passed or not.
Exactly, right, okay. Thank you. That was a fascinating conversation. It's really, I'm not being facetious. I really thought that was interesting. Okay, with that, I'm seeking a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, so wait. Don't worry, don't panic. We're talking about Green Bay Road and other things at our committee of the whole meeting, which we will have right now. You have not been freezing for the last 3 hours for no reason. All right, so wait, hang on. We're going to take a 5-minute recess because these people need to stand up, and we will be right back at 20 after 8.
You need a vote on your motion to adjourn.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Standing here? I think so. Yeah.
Thank you.
6, 2023. Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Ross.
Here.
Councilmember Hubler.
Present.
Councilmember Tapia.
Present.
Councilmember Littlewer.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Bloomberg.
Here.
Mayor Rotering.
Here, we have a quorum. May I have a motion to approve the minutes from the June 12th meeting, which I believe were amended, or were they not amended? I can't remember. They were reposted, so they're
Yes.
not amended.
Yeah,
Okay.
that is amended.
They were reposted, but I had one additional correction after they were reposted.
So show that.
It was a comma.
Okay. That would be a
Oh my
Scrivener's
God.
error, and I don't care. So I'm seeking a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Okay, our scheduled business this evening, and just for those of you who have not come to these committee of the whole meetings, I'm just going to share with you, these are policy conversations among the council. With a smaller crowd, we'd be in the room behind you, sitting around a table. So there's no action taken at this. There also is no generally public comment during these, but I'm certainly at liberty to ask for you to raise your hands if you agree or disagree with something. Please recognize if you've written to us, we have read your emails and we appreciate your insights. And with that, we're going to move forward with an update concerning the Green Bay Road project. At the last policy discussion, the majority of council members were supportive of evaluating the possible use of side streets to provide for a continuous bicycle facility from Central Avenue to Clavey Road without widening of the roadway pavement on Green Bay Road. If supported, bike traffic would be directed to use Broadview to the south and Oakwood, First Street to the north. An evaluation, including traffic counts of these two streets, was conducted, as well as coordination with the Illinois Department of Transportation. At the Committee of the Whole meeting, we are now going to have a staff report being presented, followed by a policy discussion. Who's presenting this?
Thank you, Mayor. I will introduce it, and then Dave Block is here representing Trans Systems. He'll be presenting the short PowerPoint that we have. Also want to recognize Ron Bannon, our Director of Public Works, and Manny Gomez, our City Engineer. So as indicated, we are seeking policy feedback from the City Council this evening as a follow-up to the April Committee of the Whole meeting as it pertains to the bike lanes for Green Bay Road. This reconstruction project and the full scope of the project is included on the city's website. This project is right now tentatively scheduled to advance in 2025. We're going to continue to engage with the public and share information about the project in totality. We do provide regular updates to the city's website where the entire project scope and timeline and grant funding and everything else about the project is available. And then moving forward, as it pertains to the overall project, we certainly will have direct communication to all impacted residents, just understanding the magnanimous scope of this project and the impact that it will have, particularly on the residents living along that corridor. But for right now, I'll introduce our team who will walk us through this PowerPoint, and then we seek your feedback in terms of next steps.
Thanks, Gita. Yeah, again, Dave Block with Trans Systems, working for the city. So we'll try to be to the point here. I realize it's getting a little late. So I have a couple of slides that were presented at the last Committee of the Whole in April. And so just to summarize those as a refresher, and then we'll get into what we've done since then. So we had met with IDOT, who is our agency for laying out the criteria that would be acceptable for the project. And there's a purpose and need in the Phase 1 document for this project that includes establishing bike lanes from the terminus, south terminus of Clavey Road up to the north end at Central Avenue. Listing our Chapter 42 of the design manual is what we need to follow to implement those criteria. And so, as Mayor said, we have explored some options with our conversation with IDOT, and not widening on Green Bay Road. That prevents us from being able to go from one terminus to the other. So we explored some side roads. Those roads can be posted with bike route signs, simply with bike route signs, as long as the average daily traffic is below a threshold of 2,000. If we go this route, we will need to re-implement a public information meeting to coordinate with the public along those routes. And finally, kind of rounding out the bottom of the slide here, our options are essentially to do pavement widening, which previously the city had prohibited us doing, or partial bike lanes, which we would explore these alternate routes. So the plan view kind of summarizes those points again. Green being the area where we actually have enough pavement width on Green Bay Road today to be able to stripe bike lanes without widening any of the pavement. The red sections being those locations where we would need to widen and are currently not proposing that. And the yellow are those side roads where we could fulfill the purpose and need of the project from one end to the other. On Broadview Avenue to the south and on Oakwood and First Street, a combination of those two streets to the north connects to Central Avenue. And those yellow routes, again, as a visual reminder, need to have daily traffic 2,000 or less. And that daily traffic is essentially the combination of both directions of traffic, in this case, northbound and southbound traffic aggregated together. So we had traffic counts taken by a firm, went out and put up cameras. There are different ways to collect traffic. You may have seen in some times where there's just a wire across the road. We wanted to go with the route of actually getting video coverage of that to be able to just have additional documentation for that. So at the Broadview location, the south location, we took two camera locations on either side of Roger Williams Avenue. You can see the photos showing the camera angle, and it just simply collected for 24 hours from midnight to get a true 24-hour count. Very low volumes on Broadview Avenue. ADT was 319 vehicles north of Roger Williams and 349 south. As we would expect, this is just a small residential narrow street, so that stands to reason. To the north, for Oakwood Avenue and First Street, we also took two locations, one on Oakwood, and that ADT was higher, 4,768. First Street, it's up closer to Central Avenue by the rail parking lot area. That was 3,213. So as we summarize these counts then, for Broadview in the first category, both of those counts fall below our 2,000 threshold. And for Oakwood and First Street, both of our counts exceed 2,000 vehicles per day. So that means that according to IDOT criteria, when it's greater than 2,000, we would need to do some sort of widening to that side street to accommodate the bike lanes. So our options here to explore, just in summary here and then in detail on the slides that follow, are to allow widening on Green Bay Road to be able to provide bike lanes throughout the entire corridor, the top one. Middle one would be to do a partial widening of that, where we would widen to the north, because that's where the traffic doesn't allow us to consider Oakwood and First Street. And then finally, the last option would be just to not allow bike lanes throughout the corridor altogether. So these next three slides elaborate on that. So the bike lane option, where we would allow bike lanes throughout, would require that widening, which previously in public information meetings we have said would be prohibited. So that would be a break from that. The impacts on that would be 60 to 70 trees roughly in the parkways would be removed. Some would be replaced. And it also would be the greatest impact on the right-of-way, the temporary easements and right-of-way acquisition that we would need from residents to implement that. Moving to the second option, this is our hybrid option, where to the north, because Oakwood and First Street would not be able to be considered as a alternate side route, we would need to widen to the north. The widening would be from north of Kimball to Central, so not the entire north segment there, but we would need to do some widening, more in the business district than the residential district. To the south then, we would continue not to have bike lanes on Green Bay Road south of Broadview Avenue, but you can see we've marked Broadview Avenue as a potential route for bikers. We would have less tree impacts, but still probably 30 to 35 trees would be lost, some replaced. We still would have some right-of-way acquisition, although less than the full widening option. And we have an undesirable transition of that southbound bicycle lane getting over to Broadview. So I have a slide that we can talk about that, see it a little bit easier. So Broadview Avenue is to the right side of the screen there. Not highlighted in green on this slide, but again, that's the one we would want to consider. So for that bicyclist that's going north on Broadview and transitions to Green Bay Road, works pretty well. There's no conflict with that bicycle getting to the bike lane. For the southbound bicyclist that's going from right to left on the screen here, there are some options to get that bicyclist over to Broadview, and none of them are very desirable, but here's where they land. I don't know if you have one in town, but there's a rapid rectangular flashing beacon. It's a kind of a strobe effect that the user depresses a button, and pulsating strobe goes, traffic stops only because of that, not from its signalization. And then the bicyclists would cross. There's a lot of traffic on Green Bay Road. It's very close to the signal at Edgewood, so this is not a recommended. This is just something that could be implemented when we do want to cross, bicyclists or pedestrians. Or having an outright signal, it's the same argument there. It's not a good location because of its proximity to the other signal. And the third option would be having that bicyclist continue further south, a few hundred feet to get to Edgewood, where there is a signal, wait for the signal timing to allow that user to be able to cross from the west side to the east side, then continue back north to Broadview to be able to get to Broadview and go.
Sorry.
I don't think you're liking any of these. None of these are. There's no great option. The final option was not having bike lanes altogether. We don't need to widen the project then, or provide widening. There are fewer trees removed, although the nature of the project is going to require some trees to be removed for various other reasons like utility installations, traffic signal installation. There would be the least impact to right-of-way acquisition, temporary easements, and such. That is it. That is the report.
Thank you for the update. Councilmember Stone, and then do you have your hand up?
No.
Okay.
Not for now.
I've got two questions for you. You said there's 60 to 70 trees that would be removed for the whole thing, if the whole thing were a bike lane. I thought we were talking about hundreds of trees.
No.
We've estimated we have about 200 trees on the project, and I think with some previous options, you might remember we had some options where we were putting in some bollard separation and some actual median separation, and we were really getting a very wide footprint. So you're right, with some of those options, I believe we were upwards around 130 some trees to be removed. This is the narrowest bike lane that we can provide to still meet our design criteria. It's 4 feet of pavement, and it allows an extra foot for the gutter width, so it's really a 5-foot striped bike lane.
So you could do this with 60 to 70 trees versus no bike lane was still about 20 trees?
Yeah.
So it's an additional 40 to 50 trees to do a bike lane the whole way. And one other question regarding the Edgewood signal, can you go, and the Broadview turn?
Edgewood.
Yep, that one. I'm wondering if it's possible to move the signal from Edgewood to Broadview, which would serve the
all the buses and all the kids. Got a crossing guard there.
If you have, let me finish my thought.
Go ahead.
If you have this, you have a signal on one side, on the south side of Edgewood, that stops the traffic coming from the south to the north. And the signal that's on the north side, if it were further down and it would stop traffic further north, enabling the turn onto Broadview.
Yeah, I mean, we would certainly have to look at all the traffic impacts before any of that could be considered, and that would seem like we're accommodating a bike movement at the expense of traffic. It certainly could not answer that right now without exploring that.
I gotta say, having sat in that traffic with 4 kids going to Edgewood, I think I'd be in the loony bin if that happened. I mean, it's just, it's asking a lot of hundreds of parents. And
I mean, the
Mayor,
number,
with
the
your
number of
permission,
trees
I'd like
is
to-
so much, the number of trees is so much less than I thought we were talking about before. I'm just,
With your permission, I'd like to address
Sure.
the signal
Thanks, Manny.
comment as well. Councilmember Stone. The signal at Broadview, at Edgewood and Green Bay is there based on warrants and counts and so on, and there is a school there. So to remove it from that location, we would have to really look hard at that and see would removing it create a problem there? And we don't want to create problems, especially safety problems, okay? So that's one thing. A signal at Broadview, if you put one there, we would have to look at that as well, and does it meet warrants for a signal there? They would be really, really close to each other as far as distance, so they may have to be connected so that the progression is sequenced. But that's something that would have to be looked at, and I don't know if we're going to meet the warrants for a signal at Broadview and at Edgewood. I know that's a good idea, actually, but I don't know if we can do that.
And you'd have a cascading impact at Roger Williams and Green Bay as well, and that's part of whatever, Go Lake County or whatever their whole.
That's correct, Mayor. It would have to be, like Dave said, it have to be studied. You just don't slap signals in everywhere.
right, no, I don't think a second signal is feasible here.
Yeah,
I think that's crazy.
Moving to one signal from where the school is and where it's already warranted and established may not be the best thing to do either.
Thanks,
Councilmember Tapia?
Yeah, at this point, I don't have any questions. I think we've looked at this so much in every which way. I'm surprised that we're once again putting a slide here about widening the road when we've said it's not an option. You acknowledge it is not an option. I don't know why we're spending time discussing that. And then this other alternative about going into Broadview and Oakwood does not make sense at all. For a couple of reasons. One, the philosophy is to have a contiguous bike lane, straight. And this does not meet that. It's only part of Green Bay Road. Then we have to go out of Green Bay Road and detour through a neighborhood. And and so it doesn't even achieve the ambition of, really a bike city that just is fully connected from north to south, which would be all of Green Bay if we were going to do that philosophy. It doesn't even achieve that. And then we have the pain that I feel we're inflicting on our neighbors, not only if we were to do it, but even this process has been painful to them, emotionally. They're distressed. It's obvious they're distressed. It's I don't have the actual number, but it's a vast majority of them have been, and I think we keep prolonging this, I think, way too long. And, I'm a cyclist, and I used to live in that neighborhood on Pleasant Avenue for 20 years, driving and putting lanes through that neighborhood, and I read the letters and I heard the names. I could relate to that. It would be a terrible idea. And then also, as a cyclist, I avoid Green Bay Road, and not because it doesn't have bike lanes. It's just, even if it had bike lanes, I would avoid it because but I went on it as part of this process. And I go, it is a frightening thing, and I'm trying to picture bike lanes painted on there, and it would not make me feel any safer. And the beautiful thing about Highland Park, in terms of bike lanes, we have a north-south bike lane going on the Green Bay Trail. And it meets the criteria of a biking city that it's contiguous. It goes from one end to the city to the other. It takes you to public transportation, the Ravinia bus stop, train station, and the here right across the street over here, and it's beautiful and it's attractive. And I think that we already have a solution. And I know that we're going to have some really nice bike lanes on Clavey after all the pain that we've gone through, but we're going to celebrate that. And there's a nice east-west connection there on an important street. And then, all right, 3-4 blocks without a bike lane, you can go through Blackstone and, and Burton or Pleasant in a very casual way, and you get yourself within a few blocks to that beautiful Green Bay Trail road. So to me, I would like to not only make my points here, but I would really want to ask that we finish this issue once and for all.
Okay, you guys have been here long enough. So hang on one second. So first of all, Dave, thanks for being here. We don't need to shoot the messenger. You're served as a consultant to the city. We're not throwing you literally or figuratively under the bus. And I appreciate, that you've been doing what you were asked and tasked to do. So thank you for objectively providing us with all of the options. And I know the neighbors are frustrated. This is what transparent government looks like. We could have had this conversation and reported back to you, but there are others who have another side of the conversation who also feel strongly about their point of view. This is a transparent and public process, and so I appreciate that we've taken the time to explain to everybody what the options are, what the drawbacks are, what the advantages are. I don't know how much more we do need to talk about this. Obviously, we are moving forward with a project on Green Bay Road. This conversation tonight was to kind of put the final touches on, will there be bike lanes or not? So if people want to chime in, happy to hear from them, but at a certain point, I think we kind of got to wrap things up. Councilmember Ross and Councilmember Bloomberg.
And Littleworth.
And Littleworth.
I greatly appreciate cyclists. I believe in bike lanes, and I came to this, from the start, open-minded. My husband is in one of the most serious cycling groups in the community, GTE, Group 02 Earlio, considered the most hardcore. I have heard from him that serious cyclists will not use Green Bay Road no matter what kind of lane the city puts there. I had a conversation with Bill Moss, owner of the former Running Right and big cycling store in town, who told me after the Green Bay Road meeting that cyclists won't use it, even if it is, quote, paved in gold. What is needed and should be prioritized are other areas of cycling, and I've been told east-west cycling routes that should be made safer and more available. I did want to point out that widening any streets, which I think is off the table, we said that very publicly, or not we, I wasn't on council at the time, but at the Green Bay Road meeting at the senior center, that it was taken off the table, but I want to point out that it is not, to my mind, an environmental approach. That means more paving, more runoff. Two other data points that I wanted to share, and I hope this is useful. In the process of running for office, I knocked on every voter's door in Highland Park, either me or a member of my team, but mostly me. And the two biggest issues I heard about were revitalization and people against Green Bay Road bike lanes. The vast majority of voters, at least from what I could tell, and I think I reached probably more than the city or the emails that the prior council received, feel that it is a bad idea. And I want to say too, the other data point, in the process of canvassing, I knocked on every voter's door who lives on Green Bay Road. I pulled up into the driveways and either backed out or went face forward onto Green Bay Road. And it is scary, folks, trying to avoid oncoming traffic. And I feel at this point we are trying to cram a square peg into a round hole here. The bike lanes do not naturally belong on Green Bay Road. Going back to widening the road, I believe we will lose the trust of the community if we try to widen a road for bike lanes anywhere, because we already said it was off the table. But those are my three data points. I've become convinced that the community doesn't want the bike lanes there, even if they support them elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Councilmember Bloomberg.
Thank you. As I understand the law in Illinois, once Green Bay Road is repaved, cyclists will still be able to use it.
Right.
As they have currently been able to use it. It will have a new surface. I think it is a mistake to assume that all cyclists cycle for the same reasons or in the same way. Not everybody rides in a Peloton. Some people ride for their health at very high speeds. Some people ride with safety helmets. Some people foolishly do not. Some people ride bicycles casually with their children in a pull cart behind it. Some do not. Various kinds of cyclists have used and will continue to use Green Bay Road, regardless of whether it is widened and regardless of whether it has painted lanes on it. So I would propose going forward that we take current counts of the number of cyclists that use Green Bay Road on an average weekday and on an average weekend, and then take traffic counts after it is repaved, a month after and 6 months after, and that this council then revisits that information to decide whether some other alternative should be used to create a safer environment for the cyclists that do choose to use Green Bay Road, which they are legally going to be entitled to do for the rest of our lives. I also think it's a mistake to equate the Green Bay Trail with a valid cycling alternative for the reason I expressed before. Not all people ride the same way. The Green Bay Trail is not exclusively for cyclists. There are walkers and there are joggers and there are runners. And those two groups mix as poorly as cyclists and cars.
Thank you. Councilmember Littwer.
Okay, well, I'm out pretty much on the opposite end of that one, I'll tell you that much. As far as I'm concerned, unless we widen Green Bay Road, this is not a safe alternative. And it comes down to, I love trees, I love cycling, I do both, hug trees and ride. And I think that this is not safe. This is not a minimalist community. Why would we go for the bare minimum of 48 inches? The minute you get a little teeter in your bike, and I'm not talking about experienced cycling. I just bought a really great bike. I love going on a 20-mile ride, and I don't consider myself a serious cyclist. And I can tell you that the minimal amount of sway is going to make me too wide not to get nicked by a car. I dread being on Green Bay. I don't care how well paved it is. I just went through Evanston with a nice divider. Half the green is gone. People are swaying in inside. Great. That was the only time I felt safe, is when I had a nice, big, fat barrier next to me. And frankly, on a commercial street, we are directing traffic to go to Green Bay. We are a north-south town. We have 3 main arteries. The commercial artery in our town is Green Bay Road. So it's not just about the cars on Sheridan or on St. John's. It's about us telling trucks to go there. Tons of deliveries. We're telling them, get off the other roads and go there, and now share a bike lane that is the minimum amount allotted by law. That's in the areas where it is wide enough. So when that street is beautiful, and when it's well paved, and when people can fly up it, it's still going to be narrow. And we are on notice. We are on notice from IDOT that it's not wide enough. And we're on notice that these people should use the signs and go on smaller streets, only one of which takes us between the 2 termini. So if we're not going to widen the street, which this council has publicly said they're not going to, I am totally opposed to making it look pretty, make people feel safe, and luring families onto this very smooth street where, with a little bit of wiggle room, they get nicked by an Amazon truck or a post office truck or one of our emergency vehicles. I mean, my head is spinning as a lawyer in terms of punitives, because we are on notice that this is not wide enough. Our insurance will cover, God forbid something happens to somebody, but we are on notice that this is not wide enough. And so, yes, people will legally be able to go on this road as a bike path, but should we as a community encourage them to do that? I give all the credit in the world to the expert bicyclists out there, and if they want to go on Green Bay when it's beautiful, God bless, you're right. Legally, they have the right to do so. But for families to rely on that, or people who are less than expert to rely on that, and for us to encourage that, to me, is a disgrace. So while I don't think that the path is as high quality as a smooth trail, and I don't think sharing is as wonderful as having our own separate lane, which had, if we had a wider street and could separate and protect our people going up and down, it would be great. But without that, I'm very frightened for people. And because security is my number one over all the other things, I can't see going forward with this. And I think we need to put it to sleep for our neighbors, and I think we need to vote on it actually at a city council meeting, not just give direction here, so that future councils can see that this particular council was opposed to moving forward with this, even when the bike lane has been, even when the street has been repaved and made beautiful and smooth.
Councilmember Stone and then Councilmember Bloomberg.
Thanks. So we're having this conversation just a few weeks after a cyclist was hit and killed on Deerfield Road. I just want to note that. Cyclists can and will ride on all streets in Highland Park with the exception of the highway. They're going to continue using Green Bay Road. That is a fact. Maybe you're not comfortable with your family riding Green Bay Road or with your children riding on Green Bay Road, and you can choose to ride on the Green Bay Trail, which is a very appropriate area for a family to ride. But it's an unpaved trail, it's unsuitable in certain conditions, and many cyclists can't ride on it because of the type of tires they have, or because, as I think Councilman Bloomberg already mentioned, that there's a lot of different types of uses on the Green Bay Trail. There's dogs, there's people riding slower there, so people who are riding faster should be on this. I understand that we don't have support on this council or in the neighborhood for widening the road, but I'm hopeful that we'll be able to put in place a better north-south bike route in the future. A bike lane would make Green Bay Road safer for everyone, and I'm disappointed that we're not going to be moving in that direction.
Thank you. Councilmember Bloomberg.
So, having been told that my position on this is disgraceful, I'm going to clarify that what I am promoting is safety for the people who do use Green Bay Road. We are not going to ban bicyclists from Green Bay Road. I understand if one person or another doesn't want to use Green Bay Road. That's your right, just as it is a right to use Green Bay Road. And our obligation in city government is to provide for the safety of all people at all times. My proposal is that after Green Bay Road is repaved in its current proposed configuration without being widened, that we determine what the bike counts are, whether they increase and require additional safety. That's all I'm suggesting. And as a plaintiff's attorney who has sued municipalities, municipalities may not be held liable for the decisions of this council as to how we are going to construct Green Bay Road or what traffic controls we are going to place. Punitive damages are not permitted in circumstances like this, and that's a ridiculous argument.
Councilmember Tapia.
Yeah, just to fine-tune something, I made the case for Green Bay Trail as a good biking alternative, but it's not the only one. St. John's is a wonderful alternative for those that don't want to go on the gravel, or it's a rainy day and it's a little muddy. It's a lot less traffic, it's not commercial, it's a beautiful road, doesn't need a bike lane, and it's right there by the Green Bay Trail. So I don't want to make the case about the Green Bay Trail, there's other alternatives as well.
Okay, I think we've wrapped up this policy conversation regarding bike lanes on Green Bay Road, and want to thank the neighbors again for your participation and the bicyclists for your participation in this conversation. As I mentioned, this is a policy roundtable. No action is taken. I think it's pretty clear which direction we're going, which is that IDOT is not going to sanction this project with bike lanes that don't meet its warrants. And so with that, we will move on. Yeah?
One other comment, which is that I guess I wanted to clarify myself in saying that, you know, what I gathered was that the community doesn't, you know, support this, but there are hundreds, I don't know how many hundreds of residences on Green Bay Road. It is incredibly dense in terms of the houses on either side, and you know, just anecdotally, but you can try it yourself, pulling in and out is scary. I consider it a dangerous, you know, a dangerous route to encourage, you know, bike lanes, bike riding on. And I want to say as well to the many hundreds of residents who live along Green Bay Road that I'd rather not put them through the stress of you know, a continued conversation about bike lanes. I feel like they've been through plenty, and that's how I feel about it, that it's been enough stress for them.
Okay, and so with that, I think we're going to be moving on into our next subject matter.
Can we do a formal vote on this?
No, there's no action
Okay, then
taken.
I would like to comment. We did do a formal vote on April 10th, so I just
Committee of
assumed we
the
were going to do a formal vote again. But obviously, if anybody has listened to me throughout my campaign, I'm against the bike lanes. I've been over that multiple times, so
Okay.
I would be voting against.
You are opposed to bike lanes. You are opposed to bike lanes.
To see what the traffic looks like after the.
Okay. You are,
I'm with Tony on that.
you're with Tony.
I'm against.
You are
Against them.
fine. Okay, so that's where we are. Julie, I actually don't really want to call on you because I do adore you, but I don't know that there's more to be said that hasn't already been said. Sure. No. So this is, we're moving forward with the Green Bay Road project, and let me send my condolences to you right out of the gate. But we're going to do that in a few years so that people can have a breather after Clavey Road. And there will not be bike lanes as part of that project. We are simply going to be replacing all the sewers, rebuilding the road. It will be within the footprint of the current road. My understanding is that maybe 20 trees will have to be removed for sake of rebuilding the road. Those trees theoretically will be replaced, and we will all get on with our lives. You can exhale and know that there will be no bike lanes roaring down your repaved road at some point in the future. Thank you. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. I just was like, oh, dear God, let us be done. But
Doesn't
thank
mean
you.
there won't be
Mayor,
bikes
we'll-
going down the road.
True. All right, so everybody who is still here, we are now moving on to talk about gas-powered leaf blower policy update. If you would like to have that conversation, we are moving on. Gita, who's presenting on gas-powered?
I am.
leaf
It's
blowers?
very quick.
Thanks.
Do a teeny tiny presentation.
Thank you. And if there's any,
Okay. If people could depart quietly, we appreciate your time. Thank you. We'll be in touch.
great, thank you. Good night, everybody. Okay, we are in the home stretch. As a reminder, we presented a report in February to the City Council at a Committee of the Whole meeting, providing a summary and recap of the regional working group as it pertains to the study of gas-powered leaf blowers and leaf blower regulations. Highland Park had actually taken the lead on this topic, along with our colleagues in Glencoe and Wilmette. Councilmember Bloomberg and I served as the city liaisons on that working group. We had 3 different subgroups. The entire comprehensive report is posted on our website. At the meeting in February, the city council, the majority of council members did express an interest in possibly exploring an increased ban for leaf blowers, but in light of the information, they wanted to know what our neighboring communities were moving forward. So we have been in regular communication with them, and so we just have a very short PowerPoint just to run through today. This slide should look familiar. We presented it in February, provides an overview of our licensing, enforcement, and exemptions, our current policies and practices. The staff recommendation, which is included in the packet, is reflected here. So it basically reduces the number of months for leaf blowers that can be used from 7.5 per year to 3 months per year. We had an elected official at the last Committee of the Whole meeting when this was discussed, rightfully point out that really the bulk of the restrictions that would be lifted would be in the winter season, where not a lot of activity is taking place regardless. But again, just the importance of this effort to move forward with additional restrictions, we do believe would be well received by residents in light of information that we've received from them. And we have been in communication with landscapers as well, and they certainly understand the interest in moving forward should the council so desire. And then we included this graph in the packet as well. This provides an overview of leaf blower regulations in neighboring municipalities. So just briefly to summarize, and not surprising based on our ongoing communication, Glencoe, Wilmette, and Winnetka did have policy conversations or took actions by their corporate authorities, and those 3 communities are moving forward with a 9-month ban anticipated to take place effective January 1, 2024. Northbrook is anticipated to consider that policy consideration later this summer. And based on just informal discussions with elected officials, their manager advises that they're likely to move forward in similar course. Those are the municipalities that we anticipated would move forward based on preliminary conversations and work that we conducted the last year. But overall, we are staying in communication with each other. We are moving forward with door hangers and the other public education and promotion components. And we talked about enforcement last time. If there was any questions regarding that aspect, we can certainly address them here. So at this time, we're just seeking for your policy feedback on if we want to move forward with these restrictions as noted here.
Should you want a straw poll,
Please.
basically? Okay. Councilmember Hubler, I see your hand up, and everybody else. Okay.
I thought in the packet there was something about banning for in 3 years in the future, 5 years in the future, or something like that.
Well, so this is what we'd be recommending, again, to coincide with our neighbors, to take effect January 2024. We would all year continue to do our sweeps of enforcement and education and promotion. And as technology improves and as recycling opportunities improve, we potentially could go to a full ban. But right now, we don't believe that really there's a viable opportunity to do so. We know that a neighboring community did, and we're going to certainly study and learn from them in terms of their impact.
I
But it
think
wasn't recommended.
This is a place for the city to take a leadership role and help drive that by saying a year. And I don't know if the right answer is 3 years or 5 years, or I forget what even some of the options exactly were. But it also, it gets very difficult when you keep pushing the can down the road. Somebody's going to say, well, in 6 months, I got to get rid of all these gas blowers. I just bought them last year. I think we have to set that benchmark and put it out there. And then does it really matter if it's October 1st to November 30th, or, leaves pickup is till December 15th. Maybe we do that, or maybe we start October 15th. I mean, these are all little steps that really the people who, everybody who doesn't want these, we're going to end up at the spot where we're going to have a ban. I think we just need to put the ban in place, and not immediately, but what was proposed in the packet, which deciding if it's what the right number is. Is it 3 years? That gives people time to make the transition and stop buying the gas ones when their gas one breaks down, or what is the time frame? That's my opinion.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone?
Thanks. I want to say thank you to Councilmember Bloomberg and to Gita for participating in the working group and coming up with these recommendations. I think it's great that we've got other communities doing this as well. I'm ready to proceed with the 9-month ban to take effect in 2024. That enables the landscape companies to purchase new equipment. The uniformity across municipalities in the area will make it economically feasible for the companies and easier to understand the regulations. I like the language on the draft door hangers, and I think that addition will help educate residents about the problems with gas blowers. And to Councilmember Hubler's point, I'm not sure what the right time frame is. I would love a ban on these things. I work from home. I've been working from home for 20 plus years. And so people just figured it out during the pandemic. It's what I've known for a long time. There are days I've got to leave my house and work somewhere else because I'm not able to stay in the house with all the gas leaf blowers in the neighborhood. The electric ones still make noise, but less of it. And the electric ones obviously aren't as polluting, although they still blow particulates up into the air, which I think is what's making Councilmember Bloomberg cough tonight.
Been wheeze all night?
Yes, was all the particulates from the smoke in Canada, but which was caused by wildfires, caused by climate change, caused by fossil fuel emissions, including gas leaf blowers. So we bring it all together. But yes, I'd like to see a ban at some point in the future, but I'm not sure if the technology is there yet. So right now I'm good with moving forward with this recommendation.
Thank you. Member Tuck?
Yeah, first of all, I want to commend actually Councilman Bloomberg and you, Gita, for your work, and also our partners from the other municipalities. I like that it was made up of various stakeholders, including the landscaping companies, because we have to make sure that we don't create an unsustainable transition plan for them. And I think the writing's on the wall that there will be a ban. We would like to see it sooner rather than later. We also would, as residents, go through what you just talked about, how loud it is and really unacceptable it feels like, right? But I think we have to be realistic that right now the cost is kind of prohibited. And also the decibel change variance is not as dramatic as we would like it to be. There's issues with the batteries and the recharging, and I'm thinking about these businesses and how much they're going to have to have to stock up and recharge, and time is money for them. And so I worry about putting something too onerous on them too soon. But we see that technology is moving quickly. The leaf blower companies are motivated to come up with a solution, and in business, when there is a need, that's some other invention. And I'm confident that there will be some breakthrough in the near future, but we can't predict when that's going to be. But and one other thing I would say, there was somebody I really respect who was concerned that maybe this was too incremental and maybe we should wait. But even the incrementalness of this is a signal that we're taking this seriously. We're making some action now. There is a working group. The report from the working group says we're still going to stay on it, and we're going to stay on top of the technological changes, and as soon as there's something material, we're going to really up the ante, and we're going to keep moving that. And I think it gives the landscaping companies notice that as your stuff starts wearing out, you better start paying attention to what your alternatives are, because it's moving in that direction. My only ask, I'm just very supportive of this, to do it as soon as possible as recommended, that we stay vigilant, as we said in the report, but that we really be about that. And with that, I would be very supportive of it.
Great. Thank you.
Obviously, I'm supportive of this. I just want to reflect a couple of things that Councilmember Hubler brought up. It was very educational for me. I went into this thinking, we'll ban gas leaf blowers. That's easy. There are electric leaf blowers, and there are battery-powered leaf blowers. It turns out right now, unfortunately, the amount of debris and particulate that are kicked up by electric leaf blowers is identical to gas leaf blowers. So that problem hasn't been solved at all. The noise issue, there is a slight improvement, but electric leaf blowers still cause an undiscernibly lower amount of noise, so they're still loud. This is accompanied by a different pollution issue, which is the batteries. Batteries include heavy metals. Batteries for electric leaf blowers are reusable, but not for an indefinite period of time. And according to a number of industry professionals who were part of this working group, those batteries for a given leaf blower, you go through 5 batteries a day, and within a month, all those batteries have to be replaced. And what do you do with those batteries? You can't just throw them out. So those are the reasons I'm with you. I would love to ban leaf blowers. I'd like to ban all leaf blowers and go back to raking, where our landscapers would be able to employ many more people. But the cost of that is going to put many landscapers out of business, and many people who pay for landscaping may not be able to do that anymore. I'd like to get rid of Bermuda grass, but that unfortunately is a ways down the road. I don't think that the community would support going back to raking, regardless of what I might support. But I think, the goal is to get there. I agree with what Councilmember Tapia said. We have to continue to take steps, and while this is incremental, it is a signal, as you said, that we're serious about this and that we're moving forward.
Thank you.
Just very quickly, thank you very much, Councilmember Blumberg, Gita, and staff. Tremendously comprehensive. I really learned a great deal from the report. It made sense. I'm so thrilled that we have a good way to progress with it. It's not the be-all and end-all because we aren't band stage yet, but I look forward to, in 24, getting on the first path, which narrow the time frame. Frankly, I don't know how it affects some people who work. I almost wish we would have to start at 8 a.m. instead of the 7 a.m. to make it even narrower, but I don't know how that affects people's businesses. But I love the door hangers, comprehensive, educational for the community, the businesses, and I think it's a great project.
Great, thank you.
One more. One more in support of this.
Okay.
And thank you. I do also have to chime in to say thank you to Tony and Gita and staff, because it was time and dedication, and this was, incredibly important work. And I wanted to say on a, I guess I keep bringing the personal into this, but I recently I told Kim I was going to mention this. I got diagnosed with tinnitus a few weeks ago, and suddenly very aware of hearing issues. And I believe the leaf blowers or something can get up to 80 decibels, really, really loud. We know that, and that falls disproportionately on people of color who are using these machines, my son said to me that he's talked to people his age 20s that are talking about hearing loss because they're not educated about the issue. But there's another layer too, besides the sound issue, or actually it is the sound issue that I was reading about studies that show that loud noises like leaf blowers are contributing to actually cardiovascular disease, the stress of dealing with loud noises and whatnot. So I think it's a health issue on both the sound level and the particulate matter. I realize that they're not completely addressed by the electric blowers, but it's a start. And I am concerned about the batteries, how those get dealt with. But I support this, and I commend the city council and staff. And Kim, you too, for your advocacy around this.
Thank you. So, yep.
So obviously, I am in the minority in terms of wanting to put a date out there in the future. There is one thing in here, as somebody who does my own lawn and have, I don't know, way too many trees. The dates that I will be using a leaf blower, or I would want to use the leaf blower, are basically the third or fourth week of October until December 15th. Unfortunately, climate change has come into play, and I don't think I lose more than 2% of my leaves before October 15th, and I am bagging up until the last day that we have our garbage services actually removing our leaves. So I don't really understand the October 1st to November 30th as a, my yard was maybe somewhat different than other people's, but I'm October 15th to December 15th, and it doesn't change the number of weeks.
I think it's designed to parallel all the other communities, and the landscapers who work here also work in all communities.
And then
I think there's an exemption.
Leave out.
Right.
Okay.
So I think I appreciate what you're saying. That may be something that we will have to be cognizant of this fall and kind of keep an eye on things. But for the moment, it sounds like you have consensus at least to go to the 12 weeks and have it start this January 1st.
Okay, and we'll bring back a formal policy document to be voted on at a future meeting.
And we generally don't take comments. I know you have. Go ahead. Please come to the podium, state your name for the record, and we'll give you 3 minutes.
Ken Finkelstein, 1503 Sunnyside. We've been in Highland Park since 1965 on 1970 Berkeley. So Sherwood Forest, my best friend, Steve Mandel. I know how much work he did. I know how much work you all put in. But I have to say, I hear you talking about people's health, and you actually speak as though you're concerned. But then when it comes to the issue of blowers, it sounds like the concern is for landscapers. If you tell them there are no more blowers, period, electric, gas, they have all the people in the world, they have rakes, expectations change a little as to whether or not you can eat off your front lawn. So really, ban it, they will adjust, my health will be better, your children's health will be better, Highland Park's health will be better, and you, Mayor, I know you're not a person that has to wait to take a bold decision to protect the health of the community. I don't know why we're so afraid of landscapers. And the landscapers will adjust. They always do. I've been here since 1965, and I've seen them adjust. And I've been in the same neighborhood. And I walked to Olson Park yesterday, and I saw 4 different outfits using gas blowers on the bigger lawns. And we're in a drought. The same leaves they blew today will be there in 3 days. So please, stop thinking about their problem. They will make the money. They have the people. They always do. And think about our health. Ban all blowers next year.
Thank you. Thanks. Thanks for sticking with us this evening, too. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Michael, talk about waiting a while. So we are going to move on to 493 Hazel Avenue restrictive covenant conversation. Gita, is that Joel or?
It is Director Fontaine. We have a presentation that we can walk through the restrictive covenants, a little bit of background. Here is a report in the packet as well.
Great, thank you.
I do want to recognize and introduce our neighbor, Mike Pincel.
Yep, hi. Thank you for joining us.
Mayor, how are you? Thank you, Mayor. This presentation is about the restrictive covenants that pertain to 493 Hazel Avenue. This is a representation of a presentation given October 29th, 2018. In 2004, the historic Christian Science Church converted to a single-family use. The city entered into a development agreement with the owner. The agreement included a restrictive covenant placing limitations on the property. The owner has requested release of those restrictions. Did so in July of 2018 and has done so again, I believe, in May of 2023. Summary of the restrictions on the property. The restrictive covenant establishes the following. Limited to one single-family residential structure, no subdivision of the property, no construction north of the ravine, no construction in the ravine, in conformance with approved plans. Okay, I'm going to go through each of them and just explain with a bit of what it is, and this is paraphrased, but what it is in terms of the restriction and a little bit on the analysis of that restriction. So first, one single-family residential structure. Not more than one principal structure shall be located on the property, and such structure shall be used only as a single-family residential structure. Okay, this prohibits converting the property to other land uses, either permitted or conditional, that are allowed otherwise in residential zoning district. So, for instance, a church couldn't go back to being a church because it's supposed to be, by this restriction, a single-family dwelling. No subdivision of the property. The property shall remain as one lot of record and shall not be subdivided at any time. Could be in theory, the property could be subdivided into 3 new lots based on a calculation of area. However, it would be difficult to build on all 3 lots given the topography of the lot. And restrictions impact how the owner can use the property and how it could be redeveloped in the future. Any subdivision would require city council approval. No construction north of the ravine. No improvements or accessory structures shall be constructed north of the ravine other than passive recreation improvements approved by the city manager. The ravine crosses 493 Hazel, the property itself. About 7,000 square feet of land is on the north side of it. It's possible that this restriction places a burden on the property owner, but it's unlikely this land could be built on unless it was consolidated with the property north of 493 Hazel. No construction in the ravine. Except for the bridge, no construction of any kind shall be allowed in any portion of the ravine located within the property. Development in ravines and steep slope zones is heavily regulated by Article 19 of the zoning code. So this provision in the restrictive covenant does not in our opinion, to place any additional limitation on the property beyond what the zoning code already provides. Conformance with plans, the south facade and the bridge. And I note that it was removed in 2007. The restriction that limits the property owner can do with the houses, this restriction limits what the property owner can do with the house's exterior and the bridge. They must be maintained consistent with approved plans in the development agreement. Note, the bridge can be removed if so desired. Request for feedback. City received a request from Mr. Pincel, the property owner, to release the restrictions the city holds on this property. And staff request from council regarding its release of all or some or none of the restrictions on this property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to say something to all of us? If you could come to the podium, state your name. We won't limit you to 3 minutes.
I think a point that was not covered there is going back to the very beginning, that in 2004, this property was in litigation between the city and the prior owner. The city was suing the prior owner, among other things, for breach of contract. There was a development agreement with that previous owner, and Steve, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, obviously. And the other owner did not follow through with what he said he was going to do. The property, for those of you who don't remember, was literally a dilapidated eyesore. Graffiti on the inside, broken windows, right next to City Hall. I came along after many, many people, and over the years I've had many people say, I was going to do this, I was going to do that. I looked at that property. I came along and actually got something done. Circumstances back then were very different from where they are now, in large part because of that litigation. The city had very little appetite to take any action regarding the property unless there were very specific details set out, because it was in litigation and there were some issues that were being litigated, and the city just could not have any kind of looseness in that agreement. Okay, fine. I was not going to, there was no funny business coming from me. 20 years later, I've done exactly what I said I was going to do. The property has improved the street, it's improved the community, it's improved property values for everyone around. It's a great single-family home. My family's downsizing now. We're moving a couple blocks to the east, and we're getting ready to sell this property. One of my primary considerations is not having this overhang that would affect the sale of the property or a new owner coming in. Highland Park has a very robust system of codes and ordinances that already give the city a lot of control over that property. So one could say, well, those codes and ordinances already restrict, so why do you care about letting go of the restrictive covenant? And in large parts because I don't want a new person coming in looking at this property compared to other properties and saying, why would I want the headache of being under the city's thumb here? And the city already has adequate control. I'm really just looking for fair and equitable treatment of the property and of my family as homeowner, so that this is not treated differently from other similar properties in the community, any of which could, in theory, I suppose, switch to a church or what have you. But, look, codes and ordinances are in effect, and reality is in effect there as well. So I'm really just asking for fair and equitable treatment for the property. Circumstances are different from 20 years ago, and I would appreciate the city council removing the restrictive covenants. I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, I have a question actually for Joel. Joel, to his point, that the city already has enough control over that property just with the existing zoning without these covenants. In relation to what is in the restrictions in the covenants, are there current zoning rules that could actually mitigate some of the things that these restricted covenant provisions are seeking?
I I tried to go through some of those, like, for instance, no construction in the ravine. That is regulated, by Article 19 of the zoning code. Very few things can go on in those areas. Steep slope zones are regulated heavily as well. There are very specific prescribed things that can happen. This says absolutely no construction.
Yeah, how about the other ones?
You want Corporation Council?
Yeah, we did look at this, Councilmember Tapias, and I think Mr. Pincel is correct that the city does have in its codes and ordinances sufficient control to deal with the majority of the provisions. This is belt and suspenders, and there was reason for having a belt and suspenders back in 2004. The only one, in my opinion, that probably is not governed by any current code or ordinance is the one concerning construction on the north side of the property. Right now, if this covenant did not exist, a current owner or future owner could put some sort of structure on that property, and it could be an active recreation structure, such as a sport court. And that probably is really what we're talking about here, and that may be one of the things you focus on.
Yeah, so just,
Like any other house.
Yeah.
Right next door, like.
yeah. So to follow up, to venture my opinion here, that's reassuring about, the one biggest worry I have is that it could become a subdivision. But if you're saying that we have other things in place that would keep that from becoming a subdivision.
So to be clear, this property under our subdivision code could be subdivided.
Oh, it could.
What Director Fontaine is saying, it would be impractical and to no avail. You'd be subdividing parts of a ravine where you couldn't develop in any event.
Okay.
Wow.
Is that?
Yeah.
Joe, is that?
It's been 5 years. I did not, thoroughly re-review the developability of this land, except to say that there is significant topography in the area. So I can't stand here before you tonight and say it's unbuildable.
Yeah.
But what I can say is that there are regulations that would significantly control for developability in those areas. If we're talking about a sports court, then we should talk about a sports court.
Yeah. And then also from an opinion perspective, I feel very comfortable with somebody choosing to put a sport court on the north part of that lot, because it's why restrict people from doing that. We're building out the library in the next few years on the other side of it. That seems very idiosyncratic. So, if there's other things in place, to the applicant's point, that can control or help us manage the kind of development that we would rather not have, then why have these? And the one that is not controlled right now, but if it went away, would be the putting something in that northern part of the lot. I would feel okay that would not change the nature of the property.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So an application to do the exact same things were made by you, which we heard again in the Committee of the Whole on October 15th, 2018. There was a consensus at that point, 6 of us who were opposed to removing all the restrictions, because they also act as preservation of the building. At that time, the only difference between then and now was that you said you were not at that time. Now you are planning on selling. These limitations go hand in hand with my understanding of the obligation of the next owner to seek historic preservation of the building.
That's not.
No.
Yeah, that's not clear, Councilmember Bloomberg. There appears to have been an obligation. That obligation is not in the covenant. It's in the development agreement that has expired.
Right.
So I wouldn't. The obligations that exist are the ones that Director Fontaine read.
So again, I think that this helps to preserve that building, to preserve the neighborhood in the manner that it currently exists. That was the obligation when you bought the house. You agreed to these things. And it was known to you at that time, and whatever impediment it would have reselling the house existed too. Much in the way that historically preserving a house may affect resale of it. You can't historically preserve a house and change your mind and ask to have it removed because it makes it more difficult to house. So I think that these restrictions and the reasons they were originally placed, I would be uncomfortable.
The premise of what you said is
You can come back.
sure, the premise is not accurate in terms of what you said. There was not a restriction on modifying with historical significance or anything along those lines.
No, I understand that, but the limitations that do exist on the property were in place at the time that you brought the property, and you were aware of that, and you're aware of whatever impact that might have on the resale property before you bought it.
That's well, it was part of being bought. So, and what you're saying in that regard is accurate. 20 years have passed. I think that the urge of the city to have those restrictions should have been relaxed over the last 20 years. Again, the circumstances were litigation. We can't let a loose situation proceed because we're fresh in litigation, and this is 20 years later. The house is the house now, and it should be treated like every other house, not thinking that, well, it's some historical house. There are reasons why. I mean, you can go through the list. The one, maybe the south facade, that has probably the most effect on the appearance, that covenant's actually been released already.
But those restrictions were placed on the house with the expectation that they would remain on the house.
But not for any historical reason.
No, I understand that. I was comparing it to the purchase of a house that is historically preserved, a known condition when you buy the house, that affects the value of the house and will affect the resale. So these conditions were known to you at the time that you bought the house. The reasons that they were put into place, I don't think. And I'm uncomfortable with the idea of continually petitioning the city council just on the off chance that with change in personnel of the council that somehow that means things are different.
Well, that's not, I didn't come because there's been a change in personnel. I come because I'm about to sell the property, I'm hoping, and the next person to come in, I don't want an artificially depressed property value, and I don't want a person to come in thinking, you know what, I'll go to the property down the street because I don't have this hassle.
Well, you had the advantage of having the value of the property artificially depressed when you purchased the house. These restrictions.
No, these restrictions came in place in connection with the purchase.
Is that correct?
Councilmember Stone?
So this is a unique property. There's no other property like this in town, between it being an old church and having the ravine. I agree with Councilmember Bloomberg. The conditions have not changed since 2018. I've got respect for the precedent that was set by the prior council in 2018 when we said no to releasing the covenants. It was, put on. I have respect for the precedent that was set by the council that put it on originally in 2004, I believe it was. And so I don't see a reason to change this at this point.
Okay. Member Littleworth?
I'm not sure the precedent is, really isn't a precedential issue, but okay, go ahead.
Two questions, and that's, one is there any, because I wasn't on the council at that point, I don't know the history behind this. So the first question is there any historic preservation reason for any of these limitations, or the limitations were set and that's all there is? I'm just questioning if there is any historic preservation issue here.
There was never an historic preservation. Just real quickly, what happened, the city purchased the property when it was a church, when the church was ready to sell, because it also included the Hazel Street parking lot. There was one piece of property. At the time, the city was thinking of expanding City Hall, moving the Public Works and Planning Department off of Route 22 and tearing down the church, building a big addition to City Hall, and having a commuter lot and the Hazel lot. That was before my time, but that was even before my time. That was in the 90s. That was the theory behind the acquisition. When the neighbors protested the possibility of expansion of City Hall, the city then put the property on the market and sold it to a developer by the name of Greenberg, who also was planning to tear down the church. The city, Greenberg, though, failed to satisfy its obligations in connection with the purchase. It was the early 2000s. The economy changed. The city filed a litigation for specific performance. It was as Mr. Pincel indicated, it was a messy litigation between Greenberg and the city. City as seller, Greenberg as purchaser, trying to get Greenberg to comply with its promise to build the property or to construct new housing on the property. Mr. Pincel came along and said, I will purchase the property in a three-way transaction from the city to Greenberg to Pincel. I will keep it as a single-family residence, and I will convert it from a church to a single-family residence. The city said, sounds great. We want to make sure you live up to your word and do that and impose the covenants. There was concern about the possibility of building or subdividing on the north side of the ravine by some of the neighbors whose houses are no longer there or are subject to the acquisition for the library expansion. So a lot of things have changed since 2004 when we first were involved in it. That's a quick synopsis.
Great. That was really helpful.
Okay.
And so then I have a second question, and
Sure.
then I'll go, but I just don't know. So that was incredibly helpful. So there's no historic question here. The second question I have is because Kim used, Councilmember Stone used the phrase precedential value. What was the reasoning in 2018 for denying change from the restricted scope?
I think Councilmember Bloomberg summarized the feeling of the council at the time. This was the benefit of a bargain. We made your bargain, he made his bargain, and there was not a willingness to change.
But, okay, but, so that's not legal.
I think that's what was said.
Yep.
Is there any,
No, I think that's my recollection as well. Part of the reason I came at that particular point in time is because the playing field changed at that point as well when the city bought the two properties. On the other side was planning to do all kinds of different things, and I said, well, if the city is going to do all kinds of different things with the properties, then maybe I ought to have a little relaxation with my property. And the city said, no, we disagree.
okay, that answers my question. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Yes, Joel? I see you and I see you, but Joel is going to jump up.
Make clear that if the house were to be supposed to be demolished, that the city's historic
Sure.
There was some talk about that didn't ultimately happen back then, but.
And that would still apply. In other words, if it,
Well, there is no involuntary landmarking in the city, so that would be a delay of up to 365 days should that be found by the Historic Preservation Commission. So I just
already
wanted to say that.
rejected back in 2004, they already said, we don't think it's of historic value given what's going on. And so back then, the Historic Preservation Commission actually did not approve plans, and the city council, over the objection of the Historic Preservation, did approve the plans.
So it could be torn down and subdivided.
Hang on.
Excuse me?
So it could be torn down
Down
and
and
subdivided
subdivided into two.
without the covenants.
One of the covenant provisions is about,
Single family.
single family is one, so that's the use of the property, right, is further restricted by these covenants. And then no subdivision of property, and that's another one. And so.
And only one single family.
Is the zoning
Correct.
R2 or R3?
It's an R5.
R5.
Yeah. I can pull up a GIS map to just show you about the area if you'd like with the tobacco.
No, so R5. Yeah, okay.
Mayor, if you'd like, we could try to do that. Would you like to see the
No,
GIS?
take
Okay,
your word
that's
for
fine.
Hang on one second, it's Councilmember Hubler and then Councilmember.
There are homes on the other side of the ravine abutting this.
Uh-huh,
Okay, so there's the homes in the front on Hazel,
right,
the ravine, and there are homes on the other side of the ravine
right.
similarly situated to like this situation. Now, there are complexities with how to get that to happen under our current laws and all, and I haven't fully analyzed that, but I just want to point that out, that there is a way to get past the ravine. Already, there's some buildings and structures behind there. Not on this property, but on properties adjacent.
Councilmember Hubler?
So first of all, I think the only question is that, in my mind, that is the subdivision one and whether or not we should allow this to potentially be subdivided. I think the other things are not really needed. And in general, my stance would be that we should not have restricted covenants on somebody's personal property. And when I hear the history, wasn't here obviously, but when I hear the history, it sounds like this was not done because somebody wanted to keep this house around forever. It was done to get rid of a problem. And so the problem has been corrected. So I'm leaning towards the restrictions as long as, I mean, with the understanding that twice the city tried to tear it down, and by selling to a developer, but also just to tear it down for a parking lot. The city tried to get rid of it twice and was in a bunch of problems, and they put this into place because they wanted to make sure it was executed. The plan that he proposed was executed. Not that they wanted it, not that the city wanted a single-family home. They wanted a plan that was outlined to be executed. And if that's the way I understand it, I really don't see a need for a restricted covenant.
Thank you. Councilmember Roth?
I'm a little confused. I'm thinking of the packet that the Historic Preservation Commission did weigh in on this, on various design pieces of it, and they agreed that in the interest of preserving, I use the word loosely, preserving the integrity of the building, that the steeple could go, that there would be more value in, so there was a steeple on this church, and that was removed. And I remember reading that the HPC said that they saw value to that because, in converting it to this single-family home, that removing the steeple, then the integrity of the building would remain. And so they were weighing in on this. And I guess I see value to, am I wrong about that?
So with respect to the steeple, you're right, but there are many other issues in their review, and ultimately they did not agree with the plan as a whole. And so the Historic Preservation Commission did not approve the plan. And the city council, nevertheless, to your point, said, you know what, this is a problem that we can get rid of by, approving the plans over the objection of the Historic Preservation Commission, which is what the city council did. The house, as, it's right next door, so many people see it. It's a nice looking house. It's a good house. It's not an offensive house. The Historic Preservation Commission was interested in making sure that they had tiny little lights with 1,000 mullions in every one, and that just was not workable in a semi-modern time, among some other reasons.
But they still had an interest in this house and in keeping.
They did until these issues were raised and the city passed the plan over their disapproval, which is why the restriction on the southern facade was actually released in 2007.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Tapia, and then I kind of want to take a straw poll based on what the different options are.
Well, I had written down the same point that Councilmember Hubler made. It's ironic and actually feels unfair that the city twice was ready to demolish it or allowed it to be demolished. And then here we're having these restricted covenants that you can't demolish it. So this is just not feel fair to keep holding that over you. I am conflicted in that, you know, it is a beautiful building. You know, I do worry about a subdivision there that could sort of, you know, change the character of that neighborhood perhaps. But I don't know if that's a fair concern, meaning if by right, you know, in that zoning area, you know, you can have lots of that size, smaller size, then why are we preventing you from being able to do that, or whoever comes after you? I do have a question about that part in bold right there, Joel. Any subdivision will require city approval. So if these restricted covenants were removed, is that a safeguard or a moment of another decision? You know,
I'd like to respond to that. Subdivision approval is not as discretionary as zoning. If a property meets all of an application for subdivision meets all of the requirements of the subdivision code, the city council, while it has to go through an approval process, it has very little discretion in turning it. So I wouldn't rely on that.
By right.
be able to do it, okay.
Yeah.
This is more a formality.
If that.
It's a, yes,
Yeah.
your involvement in subdivision is more making sure that the i's are dotted in the.
Got it.
Okay, so, did you have your hand up again?
Well, it's interesting because I don't remember what year, it must have been around 2004. My husband and I toured the building. It's quite large inside, or it was, and still is. It feels like, you could preserve the outside of this building and put, a beautiful courtyard in there, and it would make, really an incredible building. I just thought that there are other ways to, do something great with this building other than, losing the character of it. That's just what I had.
Spoken like an architect. Okay. So the way I see it, we have choices. Remove no restrictions, remove all restrictions, remove some restrictions. Who is interested in removing no restrictions? Is there anybody who says, please? No, you want to remove all restrictions.
What's the answer?
No, it was, I had the reverse.
He had the reverse.
Can you list the?
The four.
Yeah.
There we go.
There's
Fine.
So is there anybody who wants to leave the status quo?
I'm going to put my hand up.
Okay. Is there anybody who wants to remove all restrictions? Okay. And then in terms of removing some restrictions, Councilmember Tapia, which restrictions would you want to remove?
The last three. Right. No construction north of the ravine. Remove that. No construction in the ravine. In conformance with approved plans. I'm not. What?
Okay.
Isn't that? What's that?
Right. The last one's already happened.
Yeah, it happened, right?
You can't construct the ravine.
Yeah.
And so it's just no construction north of the ravine. It sounds. You want to allow subdivision of the property and you.
No, the way
No, the other way around.
So you want to keep it limited to one home?
Well, for sure, no subdivision of the property.
But if you live in it.
But if you limit that, then it's a single, yeah, those things kind of go together.
Yes.
Yeah, so, yeah, I think I would just hold on to those, but get rid of the last three.
Single-family home, no subdivision.
Just no subdivision.
All right. And then, Councilmember Bloomberg, where are you?
I just wanted to clarify, the restriction of no construction in the ravine,
That's,
it's
given.
meaningless.
Yeah.
it's meaningless
Steep
because
slope zone.
no one
So
could do
there's a
that
win
anyway.
right out of the gate. Okay.
I'm tending to agree with Councilmember Top.
Just keep the single-family home, no subdivision?
Yeah, I'm with that.
Yeah.
Basically, if I understand, it's really just removing the no construction north of the ravine.
Yeah.
But you still have to remove, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there are restricted covenants that are on
The deed, yeah.
We would amend the restrictive covenant, we've done as we did before, we would amend the restrictive covenant to eliminate the restriction concerning construction north of the ravine.
And
But doesn't the deed, or I believe it would be the deed, have a restrictive covenant which says you cannot construct in the ravine? So don't we have to remove that?
No,
It's
the
a moot
restrictive
point
covenant
because
is
you
a
can't do
separate
it
We have a
in-house.
separate
It is a
law
separate
now
document.
since
Yeah.
that says you can't.
It's a separate document between the owner of the property and the city.
Okay.
Although, given
It's
this,
still got to be removed, right? I mean, the document
If you
says
wanted
that.
to
Yes.
get clean in your procedure, you would remove it.
That would be on your agenda for a removal.
Councilmember Littleworth?
I just have a question. And limited to single family and no subdivision, isn't that the same thing? So like if we say limited to single family, aren't we by saying?
It's
no
limited to
subdivision?
one single-family
Right.
structure.
So then there would be no subdivision.
Well,
yeah, they could
Or you say
subdivide.
you would
Yeah.
limit it to one, it's the same thing, isn't it?
I mean, I would think you'd
No,
have to tear
because
down
you
the
can
house to subdivide.
Rest.
is a multiple, I mean,
Joel.
you may be able to put 2 units in the R5 district without subdivision. You can have 2 rental units without
Side
fee
by
simple
side.
ownership.
How many of
So
us?
the only
You
thing I
divide
would
the
say is
property.
limited to single family resident.
Yeah, I like,
I would only do limited to single family residential, the rest of it.
I'd like to keep the no subdivision as well, because you could subdivide it, then you have another lot that there could be something done with.
You said remove no restriction. Now, are you moving into the summer?
Well, we don't have enough people for remove no restriction. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So now in the sum, what would you like to, you want to keep a single-family
I
home
want to keep 1 and 2.
and no subdivision? Okay.
Joel, with,
I wouldn't mind keeping the no construction in the ravine, as Steve said, a belt and suspenders
But you
kind of
can't,
thing. But
that's like a moot, that's like redundant.
Yeah, I was just going to say, there needs to be some language in whatever we do, that the removal of that restriction is not some waiver of the steep slope, so.
Right,
Right.
right. Okay.
Right.
You
But I
have,
think
you
the
have,
most valuable thing to you is that a future owner would be able to tear down the structure. I think that's the most important.
honestly, I never
Available
thought
change.
about that, because it's a beautiful,
right.
it's a
I
beautiful
would
place.
prefer to see
That
it
you
stay
put a
there.
lot of-
It's not
Wait,
historically
what's staying there?
preserved.
I'm sorry.
we don't know if
So-
someone would tear it down or not.
What I'm hearing is the majority is in support of keeping single-family home, no subdivision, removing the rest of the restriction. Councilmember Tapia.
yeah, I just clarification. Could that home, because it's so big, by keeping it, in its perimeter, its size, could it be divided into 2 homes, like within this?
Like a
the footprint?
multifamily?
Yeah, like a multifamily. It's,
The zoning would have to be changed.
Right, so probably not,
Okay.
because the zoning is for single-family homes and not for multifamily
In the R,
in the R5.
Joel's there.
I mean, that's the only flexibility that I would feel, I mean, that would kind of be a win-win depending on the buyer, but where we as a city preserve a building that we think is beautiful, and on the outside it remains the same, but allow some flexibility within that building because it's so big, to, if somebody wanted to turn it into to a duplex or something like that.
That's
Why-
what it says, limited to single family.
Well, is it
That's
zoned?
his question.
Oh,
is
that's-
That's my
mostly.
question, is like, why single family? Why not allow more than a single family within that
See
footprint?
what Joel says about zoning.
The other point is, a request to change the zoning to a multiple-family
Right.
district could be, it's not something that
They just can't.
you.
But that's spot zoning that we tend not.
You could also, if somebody sought to use the building and convert the inside of the building to multiple family use, you can seek variance.
Right.
And I would say we'd probably be
We don't allow
disposed to
use
oppose-
variations.
No.
Say what?
We don't allow use, even
Can I
under the
just
county.
ask
area.
why, if in fact, so if it's zoned such that there's so much land there, why wouldn't we permit it subdivided? Because the other properties would be the same size area. And I'm just asking.
I think you're looking at this single property, and you're not thinking about what other contiguous properties are, and then are you creating sort of a domino effect throughout the block, and are you spot zoning versus full,
Okay. Well, that's why I'm
For the sake
asking.
of continuity.
Because it sounds like the land is that big, and who knows what an owner wants to do with it. I mean, I like the idea of keeping it as a single-family residence.
Okay. So at this point, but for Councilmember Top.
No,
Yes?
one, I'm not clear, because did you say the exterior could not be preserved according to the majority here?
It could be.
It could be torn down.
Right.
And,
Still
but
come
we,
before the Historic Plan Commission to decide whether there would.
right, okay. Well, and I guess I'm gonna change mine as well, as long as it's limited to a single residential.
Okay.
So
So that's a majority that says remove all the restrictions but for the single-family residential and the no sub.
That's fine with me. I think it's a wonderful house. My intent is to sell it to someone to enjoy a wonderful house.
Right.
So I don't see that's not a major problem for me. I appreciate everyone's consideration.
And thank you for your patience this evening. It's been the longest meeting in the history of this council.
So Mayor, just to confirm, this will help with Councilmember Hubler's question. If I understand the direction, we will prepare an amendment to the restrictive covenant that will remove all obligations other than the first two
Correct.
from the covenant.
Correct.
There will be a new covenant, which will come before you. You'll have a resolution to approve it. Once approved, we'll record it against the property.
Okay. Okay, great.
Thank you very much. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
With that, I'm seeking a motion to go into closed session for purposes of approving closed session minutes and potential litigation.
So moved.
Pursuant to sections 5 ILCS 120/2C, 21 and 11 respectively.
Second.
Will the clerk please call the vote?
Councilmember Ross.
Aye.
Councilmember Hubler.
Aye.
Councilmember Tapia.
Aye.
Councilmember Littlewer.
Aye.
Councilmember Stone.
Aye.
Councilmember Bloomberg.
Aye.
Mayor Rotering.
Aye, 7 ayes, no nays. Let's go into closed.
Oh, my God. Thank you.
We can go there, wherever you want.
We have to get my part.